How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat, and we got some pretty exciting news for XRP today. Who saw the exciting news? Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Exciting news, just breaking news like less than an hour ago or so. Breaking news on XRP. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. We're going to talk about it today. And we have Jesse here with us today. We have a special guest coming on. Hopefully more than one special guest. We shall see. We shall see how many guests we have today. But Francheska did confirm she is coming on the show today. I'm really excited. I've been waiting to speak with Francheska on here for weeks now. So it'll be really cool. It'll be really cool. And we're going to keep it light and casual. We're not talking anything White Rock today. I'm done with that. I'm walking away from it. I'm washing my hands. What needed to be done was done, and that's it for me. I have no reason to continue with any of that. So here we are. We want to talk about XRP, right? We all want to talk about XRP, don't we? This is the Ledger Lounge. It's based off of XRP. XRP is the cornerstone. You know what? I forgot to put up the little ghost. We got our little ghost guy here. He's been with us for a very long time. I wonder when he gets to go away. I can't wait till I can take the ghost down. I'm not gonna lie. The ghost has been on this screen for so freaking long. I'm ready to take him away. I'm ready to put this guy. I'm ready to put this guy right here. That's what I want. That's what we want to see, right? But I'm not quite ready for that yet. Not quite ready. Maybe we should have a different emoji. Maybe it should be this one. Maybe this should be the emoji. Maybe that's what we should have. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody start liking away. I'm gonna put the Hulk back up here. What's up, Yubi? How you doing, man? Yubi, I have been meaning to reach out to you to have you on the show. I've been so busy. My brother, Yubi, is on point. If you don't follow Yubi, make sure you do. He's got some good stuff for sure. We're gonna put this guy up here. 10,000 likes, and Crypto Hulk goes to sleep. Good to see you, Yubi. I'm always happy to see a fellow creator. Send me a DM, Yubi, if you don't, and be expecting one from me. I've been meaning to reach out to you. I've been so busy. So busy. But I want to have Yubi on the show. Yubi's on point, man. I like the things you got to say. You're very fact-based. I like it, man. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing? Everybody start liking. We got to get to 10K likes so we can go through the news and we can put the Hulk to sleep. Hulk is ready for bedtime. What do you think? You think the news is bullish, so we should have the green light on, maybe? Or maybe we should have the red light on. Or the white light. What are you guys thinking? I'm thinking this. I'm thinking this light. Which news? There's some saucy news about XRP that we're literally gonna discuss it as soon as we hit 10K likes. As soon as we hit those 10K likes, we are going to do the news. We gotta get the viewership up. We gotta hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch, hashtag crypto, hashtag live. All of these things in the chat. Let's get it rolling. I feel like we're not rage baity enough here. I think we need to bring this back. I gotta try that again. Nope. And I'll tell you what, this'll strike a nerve today. With the news that came out. This'll get them talking. That's what's missing. That's what's missing. Okay, saw a funny argument on Discord. That's all I've gotten to see today. Yeah, we're gonna, I think Josh is coming on today. He's gonna come on and tell me I told you so. He's gonna come on and give me the big I told you so. I made some memes today. And let me tell you, the meme where the guys are like, yo, look at this, and then it shows the SEC case or whatever, and then everybody runs away. I got so many I told you so's from that today, and that's perfect. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to be thought-provoking. It's designed to get you to think a little bit. Look, here it is. Where is it? Look at this. Is it? This is it. One more time.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
I died when I made this. I died. I was laughing so hard.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Martel Let. We're going to go over that. As soon as we get to 10K likes, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen with XRP. Look at this is me right now. When you want to buy something, but it's almost alt season. I want this so bad. I want this gas pump at the airport to fill up the airplanes. How beautiful would this be? I want these. I want a whole slew of these for the airplanes. And obviously I'm going to have to put longer hoses on them, but yeah, I want to put these at the gas station. Let's get those likes going. 3.2K. Thank you all. Thank you all for the likes. And don't forget to join the Discord. Join the Discord. Link is in my bio. You see we got the new little dancing Discord logo in the chat. I thought I'd add a little flair, a little pizzazz, a little sheen. This one was great too. Check out this one. This one.
I want to watch my show.
I was meme happy today. I was out at a doctor's appointment and I was just sitting in the waiting room for like 2 hours. I waited in the waiting room and I was like, you know what? I'm going to make some memes. And I got I've finally broken out of my meme writer's block, and finally I'm producing memes again, because there's been this meme that I want to create and I just can't do it because of copyright infringement. I cannot get a copy of the clip I want to use. It just isn't possible. I can't, it's so copyrighted that I can't even point my phone at the screen and record it and then turn it into a meme. Ugh. But finally the writer's block is gone. So we got some rage bait here. A little XRP. I wish there wasn't a tombstone emoji. I wonder if there is. I don't understand why there's not a tombstone emoji. That seems like something that should exist. Why don't we have a tombstone emoji? And don't forget to spam the chat. Don't forget the hashtags, guys. Hashtag FYP, hashtag, crypto, hashtag, all the hashtags. Any hashtag you can think of. Hashtag fun works. The hashtags are really, really helpful. But when we get to 10K likes, we get into the FYP rather quickly. I'm just not seeing a tombstone emoji. Maybe I can make one. Maybe we can use this. Turn it upside down like that. How do we erase the bottom? Maybe some grass or something underneath it. Gotta be something we can do. I'm gonna make this happen. We need a tombstone emoji. Let's bring that down like this. And let's do, I mean, we're kind of close here. This needs like a bed of grass. Even like a black line would be perfect. Not just a black line to put underneath it. 10K this year. Oh, I know, right? Hashtag XRP 10K. How about broccoli? Broccoli do it? Maybe this. Lettuce. Whole bunch of lettuce stacked up. This might work. This could be fun. What do you think? Does that look like grass? Kind of looks like grass. Oh yeah, that works. I like it. And then what we'll do is we'll take the text, right? And we'll put a text in here. Weird. All right, let's see here. Let's do black text. And let's do, that's as big as it goes. Maybe we can shrink it. Get rid of this. $11K. Let's go. Let me finish my RIP tombstone, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Don't forget to spam the chat whenever we have a guest on, guys, and nothing's going in the chat. Make sure that you're spamming the chat with emojis or something. There we go. There's our tombstone. What do you think? I think we bring it down. I wonder if I can change the font. Nope. All right, I dig it. That works. Jason with the money. Jason, did you buy XRP today? Revolution with the moon cheese. All right, I'm going to get rid of the Hulk. So I've got the crazy lights on because the world is crazy right now. Truth is stranger than fiction. I did not expect this. I did not expect this. At the same time, I did expect it. I just didn't expect it so soon. I hate when these curtains get messed up. It's got to look nice. I'm very OCD about my curtains. I haven't bought XRP since last year. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I bought it once or twice since January, but that's about it. And I've cashed out since. XRP to 200 by 2030. Clock it. I could see $25 by 2030. That's possible. That's possible. Bruce Wayne, Batman. I raise you, Bruce Wayne, and I add you one Marvel. I'm actually more of a fan of DC anyway, buddy. So don't worry. I am Batman, by the way. In case you didn't know this, everyone, I am Batman. I am the Dark Knight. Yes, the Hulkinator. So, I've got the crazy lights on. All right. Oh, yeah, I got Yoda too. Yoda's right here with me. I got a new Yoda. I mean, I still have the old one, but this is my new Yoda for this show. I wanted to have him like hanging or like floating right here. I just haven't gotten to it. I don't have, and I want it to kind of like bob a little bit. Just kind of like float across. I bought 1K at 9 cents and sold at 70 cents. Oh, I bet you're kicking yourself right now. Where do I believe it's going? I believe it's going to probably like 221, 220, and then back down. And I'll give credit where credit's due. This creator said it first, but I agree with them. Golden Arches. And this was J-Dan. Back down, why? Oh, we're going to cover that. We're going to cover that, but we're saving the best for later. Make sure you stick around, especially if you're in XRP. You do not want to miss the coverage on XRP, okay? Make sure you stick around. We do have a special guest today. I'm hoping Josh comes on. All right. I really do. I hope Josh comes on so that way we can talk about it. And if you're watching on Twitch, click the link and sign up for HelloFresh and get 10 free meals on me when you use my promo code. And when you sign up for HelloFresh, not only do you get amazing, delicious meals delivered to your door, and it's going to save you time and money and make you healthy, you're also donating to the show. I receive $90 for every HelloFresh sign up. So make sure that you click that link on the screen. There's a link you can click, and it also comes up periodically in the chat. And when you click that link, you can get those HelloFresh for a amazing discount. And I'll tell you what, with the price of food right now, I have found that HelloFresh is actually very not only you can set a set budget for your food and you know your meals are covered. It's going to save you time, money, energy. I'm surprised. So I get the HelloFresh here and I've lost weight. Okay. I was 250 pounds and I'm down to 205. It's pretty incredible. And it's good food. I got to tell you, it's good food. So make sure you click the link and you sign up. Delicious meals delivered right to your door. HelloFresh. Make sure you use my promo code or click on my link. At Jason14, good luck, bud. See you at the top. Yeah, XRP is going down. But hear me out, okay? I think it goes up first. Then it comes down. But it will have a run because everyone, let me tell you, with what the news that came out, even when we found out that the case was going to be dragged out for a long time, you know, everyone was still so bullish. And I was like, you know what? This is a good indication that it does not matter. People are going to buy XRP, and that means that people who are reluctant on XRP are still going to buy it too because it's going to move. What will it go to? I just put 10K into it. Oh, Big Baller, aren't you a deluxe subscriber? Why didn't you message me, bro? You might change your mind. I need a get out spot. I would say 220. 220. And then, all right. I'm going to tell you why. But I think you'll make some money. I definitely think you'll make some money. And I guess, you know, you bought the rumor news. It was kind of news. But, yeah. It's going to pump because of this. And then it's going to hit resistance at 220 and come way down. Especially when people find out the truth. Got in at 196. Oh, dude, you're looking beautiful right now then. You made some money. Good for you, man. I haven't seen a good entry. I mean, 190 was a decent entry. Okay? There was money to be made there. But I think it comes down more. I think we see at least 175, 180. At least. If not lower. Like, I think it hits, but it could potentially go to 150. But I'll tell you what, I doubt it goes like super low unless some crazy fear narrative comes out. And that's why they came out with the moon cheese today. FOMO has it hit. Oh, it's hitting right now. We're going to get FOMO up to 220 for sure. But I'll tell you what. Who heard the news about XRP today? Who heard the news? Raise your hand, chat, if you've heard the news yet. Raise your hand. I literally took the time to create a tombstone emoji. So that should tell you something. Adam, what's going on, bro? The real or the fake one? Because both. I mean, it's really not fake news. It's just misleading news. That's what I would call it. And that's what they do. They tell the truth with a lie. They tell the truth with a lie. XRP just needs to jump to 125 already and get it over with. Yeah. I'll be happy when XRP hits $1.75, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm ready to buy more. I'm ready to start accumulating for the next time. If I even start buying it again, I may just keep moon bags that I've had for many years that have paid off every cycle, or I'll start looking into RWAs, which I'm leaning towards the RWAs. I'm really feeling like Solana, though. I feel like Solana is going to do really well. What number is Solana? Where is Solana at? Yeah, Solana is right under, it's number 6. Solana is going to do really well. Solana, Tron may or may not. I think people know about the shell company thing. Adam says we're not going to 125, bro. Dude, we're going to eventually go lower than that. Once the bull run's over, it will go below $1. Maybe at $1, but I think it hits 75 cents to 50 cents again. A lot of people are going to diamond hand the shit out of this thing. So I'm kind of leaning more towards the 75 cent to $1 once it is done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will see, but everyone keeps saying that, and that's the misinformation. People are like, oh, it can never go below that. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Once the bull run is over, it's toasty to the mosty, baby. Everyone says it'll never drop below $2 again. It will. I just need to sell at 220. Yeah, I mean, I'd keep a little in there just in case of moon cheese, but I think it hits 220 and then it comes back down to 190, 180. When is the start of the bull run? The bull run started in what, like July last year? The bull run's on. We're like in the end of it. We've got a couple months left to bull run and then it's over. Maybe it's like this dragged out mega cycle. I doubt it. Yeah, I'm thinking September is the end, and then possibly we get a surprise next year. And I'll tell you what, if you missed the show yesterday, make sure everyone, if you watch the show regularly, especially, but if you missed yesterday's show, make sure you go on to YouTube and watch yesterday's show, okay? You guys need to see this, and this way you will understand what is happening in this bull run, and you can be prepared, okay? Because there is a potential for faces to be melted on the upside or the downside. Make sure you watch it. I implore you. Okay, it's not clickbaity, okay? It's not anything. You guys need to see this, okay? You guys need to see this. Yesterday's live was probably the most important live that we've had so far. If you're not in the right coins, it may feel like it hasn't started, but it has. Exactly, Jason. Exactly. So let's take a look at all the gifts. So TikTok seller with the 9 roses, Neo with the heart me, Neo with the 5 popular votes, Marco with the heart me as well. Don't forget to send in a heart me and 2 popular votes, or send in the community fests. Those are the best right now for the algorithm. I don't even see it anymore. Now it's a backing monkey. Oh, here it is. This is what we need. We need to get these right here. These right here are the best thing right now when you're getting these. And don't forget to click the little link up here, okay? There's a little link. It's right up here, and it's the Community Fest symbol, okay? Click that link and send me some votes. It's completely free, okay? Send me votes for Community Fest. You can send more than one. I think you can send like 19 or 20 of them, okay? Send me votes for Community Fest. It doesn't cost anything. Thank you for the Community Fest symbols, but those are great. Those help. But you can actually vote for free by clicking. There's like a little banner up here. And you should be able to click that. It'll take you, and you have to do it while I'm going live. So you click that little banner up here, and that will send you, and you just click to vote. And you can vote as many times as you want, like a whole bunch of them. Make sure you do that. Big Baller with the 83 Community Fest. Big Baller with the Level Up Sparks. Revolution with the 10 Community Fest. Mother of Dragons with the popular vote and the Heart Me. Big Baller with a Heart Me. Marco with a Heart Me. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. So let's see here. Bro, when Moon. We went and we are headed back home. We could potentially go to the moon again, okay? There could be another run. But if you are asking when moon, okay, you need to go onto YouTube and watch yesterday's show. It's the most recent show that's uploaded, okay? Go watch it. I'm telling you, you need to watch this. It's the one that says like alt season explained or something. I forget what it is. Let me pull it up here, actually. Why not? Let me pull it up. I'll show you which one it is. Make sure you go and you watch this video, okay? So you go to Oz the Crypto Goat, at Oz the Crypto Goat, same as TikTok, okay? And go to videos and look at it's XRP case settlement denied altcoin season ? Okay? You need to watch this show right here. Okay? This one and the one before it, but definitely this one right here, okay? I just uploaded it. Watch it, okay? If you're asking when moon or will there be an altcoin season, it is all answered in this live. I'm not saying no moon. That's why I'm saying, Dan, you need to watch it. It will completely break down everything for you, and you will understand what is going on, and you will understand what you need to do to be prepared for what may happen, so that you can time things perfectly and make sure that you're lined up properly. Do not miss this one. Do watch it. I'm telling you. If you are asking when moon, are we having an altcoin season? And I get that question the most. Okay. This one answers it right here. It's this one. Okay. Look at him. Got the little Hulk guy up there. Okay. Watch it. I'm telling you. And this is on YouTube. Okay. These are, every live is recorded and uploaded onto YouTube. So if you miss something, you can go back and watch it. But it's titled XRP case settlement denied altcoin season ? Okay. You need to watch this live. This is everything. This is the answers to all your questions. And it breaks it down so detailed. You're never going to ask that question again. You're going to know and understand what is going on. So don't miss out on that, okay? I implore you. I implore you. All right, everybody, tap away. Tap away. Let's get to 20K likes, and we'll get into the news. I'm wondering when Francheska is supposed to be here. Let me send her a reminder. She may have... So Francesca's supposed to be on the show in about 20 minutes. So let me make sure that she's ready to go and she's going to make it or whatever. I'll tell you what, a lot of creators cancel on me, and that's fine. I'll tell you who's been really consistent, though, is Josh. Anytime there's some good news for XRP, he does not skip a beat, man. I'll tell you what, though, I like the tombstone. The tombstone is legit. This is cool. How do you guys like the new little Discord thing? Right? Did you guys make sure you sign up for my Discord? And also, if you are having questions like when alt season, what should I be doing? How should I be trading? What should I do? All those questions, especially if you're new here, I recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber. Click the link. There's like a star. It's like down at the bottom here, okay? And it's a star with a circle around it. Click that link, become a deluxe subscriber, and I will coach you one-on-one. Nlock17 says, appeals withdrawn from Ripple. Did the SEC withdraw officially too? They will. The SEC will withdraw officially too, and they're going to split it up, okay? We're going to talk about it. I'm saving it for later because this is juicy. I know everybody wants to talk about it, but we got to have Josh on. Yes, the injunction stays. More than the injunction stays, but we're going to talk about it later. Maybe we should talk about it now. Jason, you want to come on the show as a guest and talk about it? Or anybody believe that XRP is going to the moon now? Anybody want to come on as a guest? Until Francheska comes on, if you guys want to talk about XRP, we can. Injunction means everything. What are you talking about? Nlock, come on. I need to hear it. Nlock, I need you to explain to me because I don't understand. Please explain it to me. Click the co-host. Let me see. They can sell it differently. Yeah, to retail. With family at the moment. All right. We're going to talk about it in a little bit, okay? But we can argue, okay? We can argue about this. I want to argue about it. I want you to prove me wrong. Change my mind. Make me bullish. I want to believe. Make me believe in the moon cheese and I will eat it all, okay? Let me tell you something right now. I've got massive sideline bags right now. Massive. Convince me to buy your coin because I am gearing up to buy. All right. Convince me to buy what you're in already because whatever I buy is going to create a massive God candle. All right. My buy orders create FOMO. So tell me what I should be buying. Convince me. Make me believe because I'm with the rest of the trillions of dollars that are sidelined right now. Okay? Make me believe. Bro, I have 100K to throw when you're ready, Oz. I know, right? I want to be bullish, man. I'll tell you what, the only one who has been minutely able to get me a little bit bullish are two people, okay? There are only two people that have got me sort of bullish, okay? And one is Mega Crypto, the other one is Cosmic Crypto, okay? Cosmic has done a better job, though. I'll tell you what, because Mega jumped on the bear train with me, all right? Cosmic is really, really working me hard, trying to get me to buy. XRP doesn't need an explanation. I need it. I need one. Tell me why it doesn't need an explanation. I have a lot of money, okay, that I don't want to lose. Why would I throw it at something that's make me believe? Okay? My explanation is I don't want to go back to work. I like being retired. So you got to convince me. You got to convince me to buy your project. I'm leaning towards Solana. Kodak says Solana, but I can't convince you. Yeah, I pretty much convinced myself that Solana is going to be a decent one because everyone's memed out right now. Everybody's in the trenches. When altcoin season starts, they'll all jump into Solana and FOMO on it. They're all those memers are about the Solana, man. Okay? The memers are going to buy it up. And I mean, I get it. That's cool. Like, that's why I'm like, okay, there's a strong sentiment behind it. So make me believe in your project. I want to buy it. Okay. I want to buy. I feel like we're nearing the end of this bear cycle. I wouldn't even call this a bear cycle. I think we're ending this bearish trend. Okay. So convince me what I should be buying. Ripple just has to register the sell with the SEC now before selling it to institutions. Wrong again. The injunction is still in place. Al Roadkill, how you doing? Glad to see you, buddy. Solana can do everything XRP can and faster. I know, right? That's why I'm thinking Sol. SOL. You know what's another one that's I think is a sleeping giant is Polygon. I think Polygon's gonna get something out of this one. Appeal has been sent in as well. We don't need that appeal though. Who sent in an appeal? The SEC dropped the appeal? Is that what you're saying? First ever crypto media or social media platform. Pump Fun, right? I think Pump Fun is crypto social media. Yes, but for unregistered sales, my guy. Exactly. You think Polygon's dead? I'm wondering. You know, everyone's saying the same thing about NFTs, but I don't think they're dead either. I think they're sleeping giants. I think a lot of NFT projects are dead, but I think that they're going to NFT certain things like deeds to real estate and things like that. And those will be valuable because there'll be a deed to real estate and you'll own the deed to something and it'll be backed by a real world asset. That's why I think that when RWAs actually become functional, they're going to need NFTs. If they register, they can sell. Injunction stops. Unregistered sales, different roles altogether. Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Can Ripple register with the SEC and then the injunction just goes away? Let me know when you're ready to come on. I already know the answer to this, but let's get some actual factual backed information. The question is, or they say, if Ripple registers with the SEC, they can sell and the injunction stops unregistered sales, different route altogether. So they're saying if Ripple registers with the SEC, then they can sell to institutions. Can Ripple sell to institutions if the injunction is in place, even though if they register first? Institutions will buy from exchanges. Here's the thing, okay? I believe in XRP. I'm not afraid to say it. You know what? That's why I think it's still going to run, because everyone, let me tell you, I understand why. You need it to. A lot of people bought at $3 or more, and they're living on a hope and a dream, and it is the hope of, I put $100 or $1,000 into something and it's going to change my life. People need hope right now because the world is hopeless. So I get it. I don't want to crush your dreams and destroy your hopium. I get it. But at the same time, I want you to actually become wealthy. I can actually help you become wealthy without the hopium, because the hopium is going to break your heart. All right, Jesse, go ahead. Talk to me.
Okay, so the question that you're asking is that with the injunction still in place, are they still able to sell to institutions? Is that what you were asking?
Yes. Can they file with or register with the SEC, and then they'll be allowed to sell to institutions? And then the injunction becomes null and void.
As long as the injunction that's in place is permanent, until that is addressed, it prohibits Ripple, from selling XRP to any institutional, any deals, because it would be a violation of security laws. And so until that injunction is sorted out, they can't do anything. And if they try to sell, it is now a criminal matter.
So if they register the sale, does that bypass the injunction?
Give me 1 minute.
Yep. I think longer than 6 months, bro.
No, they cannot simply bypass it. And not only that, the judge told them very blatantly, until it is settled, the injunction stays and it will not be bypassed.
There's your answer. You can speculate all you want, but the proof is right there. It's been fact checked. So that is wrong. Enlock, I hate to break your hopes and dreams, but no. Man, we have fly. I don't know how the flies got in here. I don't know. I got the little bug zapper off of the TikTok shop right here, and it works, but the screens are so bright that they're not attracted to it. Now, when the lights go off, yeah, it's going off like crazy. I thought there was a fire yesterday, and it was literally a fly burning to death. It was a fly was on fire in this thing. That I literally grabbed the fire extinguisher. It's right here now. I was like, you know what? I'm keeping a fire extinguisher next to me because I'm literally sitting in a fire death trap right now. Okay, this room is wall to wall padded with flammable foam. Okay, and then insulated with more foam. If it does catch on fire, it will burn hot. It will burn hot. It will disintegrate bones. There won't be nothing left but a bead of glass. Flies can see the white, so they get a white fly swatter or hat, and they go get real quick. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should. Do you think the blue would work better? The blue light? Maybe I put the blue light at work. It's not as bright though. So I'm thinking that the white light is going to attract them better. Well, look I can see the one that got in here that just freaking got toasted. I can see where it just like caught on fire. He's toast. Toasty to the mosty. I think the bright. I think the bright. And you know, it's actually battery operated. I have it plugged in right now, so it can just run 24/7. It works like a lantern too, like when you go camping. So it'll get like the skeeters and stuff. I don't make any money off this thing, but it's actually good. I like it. And it has like a auto thing on it. So it'll auto shut off when the sun comes up. But I just leave it running 24/7 just to make sure that there's no flies in here. Because this is a small room. The studio is small. The mission control area is bigger. It's still a mess right now. It's still under construction. This is the only part of the studio that's actually completely finished. I just haven't had time to finish everything. Ken, thank you for the Heart Me and the 5 popular votes. Fredrum, thank you for the level up. Fredrum, thank you for the Heart Me. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 10 roses. Enlock, thank you for the Heart Me. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 14 roses. Big Baller with 83 Community Fest, and Big Baller with a Sparks level up. Revolution, thank you for the 10 Community Fests. Cosmic Crypto Backup. Yeah, that's not Cosmic Crypto, and do not contact them for investment assistance. They will wipe your wallet. It's already happening. What's already happening? What are you talking about? It's already happening. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. What's already happening? Are you still feeling pause about SXT? Heck yeah. But it could not take off until next year. Somebody's trying to come on. I'm gonna accept it. Hello, good sir. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. How you doing?
Good, good. What can I do for you today, sir?
What do you think about SRP price?
XRP price? What do you mean, what do I think?
Yeah,
I think it's too high. I think I want to buy it cheaper.
really?
Yeah, what do you think?
Since you say you're gonna buy it cheaper, that means I have to buy more.
I mean, it's going to go up some. I think it goes up to about
Really?
220. Yeah, 220 and then back down. We'll get a nice golden arch pattern right here. Boom. And then back down to 190 and maybe lower.
So are you advising me to buy more?
I'm not advising you to do anything. This is my opinion. And I think I can only tell you what I see, okay? And the charts are telling me, okay, the charts are telling me that we're going to 220 and then back down to $2 to 190. And if we break 190, it's going down to 180, and then if it continues down from there, it's going to 175, and from there it would go down to 160, and then possibly 150.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
And I'll tell you what, it's still in a downward trend. Now, this is a descending channel. Maybe you want to call it a wedge, okay? Which means it should at some point break upward. But I think it comes down here to about 181st, and that would be July 6th, 7th, July 4th, maybe. Thinking July 6th. It hits here, and then it breaks upward, and then it would go up to about 260. I'm thinking more like 250, but 260 at the most. So, did you have something you want to add to the show, or anything more than just TA? Because you can ask that in the chat, by the way. What are your thoughts on XRP?
SRP is a really good coin. I have about $1 million SRP. That's why I really need to know if I have to buy more or should I get more on Solana.
Well, what I would recommend is I can't do that on live. Okay, I can't tell you that. But as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly, and we can come up with a strategy based on your specific needs. Because everybody got in at a different point. Okay, everybody has a different amount they're holding. So if you want to deluxe subscribe, there's a little star down on the bottom here somewhere, and click that, become a deluxe subscriber. All right, and I can coach you one-on-one. You message me directly after the show, and we'll go over all your information. I don't want to put it out here on the live, and I can't advise you, but what I can do is I can tell you what I think, and I can coach you in the right direction, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I can offer you, is we can come up with a strategy that fits best with your specific situation, because everyone got in at a different price. Everyone's holding a certain amount. Everyone is in a different boat, you know? So what we will do is create a strategy for you, and this doesn't necessarily have to be on XRP. Whatever it is that you're interested in, I can do on-demand technical analysis for you. Whatever it is that your projects that you're looking for, you can message me. There's a lot of people, actually. All right, and I can even help you with FOMO training, things like that. There's only two things you need to become a successful trader, okay? And
Okay.
the first thing that you need is you need a good strategy. All right. You need a strategy that works and that is going to make you consistently profitable. The second thing you need is control over your emotions. So when you have the goat in your court, okay, and the goat helping you, the goat can help keep you on track and help you control your emotions, help keep you reeled in. Kodak knows what I'm talking about.
Wow,
So
that's cool.
I would recommend it. I'll tell you what, there's no other creator that's going to give you one-on-one coaching for what I'm offering it for. It's only $9.99 a month. And it's going to pay for itself. Everyone that has it, that utilizes it and actually applies it, it's paid for itself, and they're going on vacations, they're remodeling their kitchens, they're doing all kinds of different crazy, amazing things. So that's what I would recommend for you.
Okay.
Sound good, buddy?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I'll be
When we are done.
what's that?
Huh?
Oh, I was going to say,
Said when you're done. When you're done on the live stream, then we can chat.
well, you got to deluxe subscribe. I only chat with deluxe subscribers. So there's a link in the chat, or just below the chat or next to it. It's the star with the little circle around it. You click that, click deluxe subscribe, and then you're on, and then I see you here and I make a note, and you send me a message, and then we work on it together. So hopefully you take advantage of that. You know, you get out of it what you put into it, okay? If you don't put anything into it, and it's not going to do anything for you. But if you reach out to me and you message me and you answer the questions that I ask you, we can come up with that strategy for you. Oh, he's back. All right, I'll bring you up one more time. One more time. Last question. What can I do for you? Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on the show. We're going to carry on now. But I recommend deluxe subscription, man. That's the best thing for you. Have a good one, man.
Okay, man.
All right. Where were we? Check rule 506B and C for Jesse, can you check that? Nlock17 just put it in the chat. It says check rule 506B and C for accredited investors institutions for selling XRP and registered with the SEC. Can you find out what that is and then fact check it and make sure that that's correct? Was that last guy perpetually washing a pan? I don't know, man. I don't know what he was doing. I think his laundry was going. Maybe he was I don't know. Who knows? But I'll tell you what. If you got $1 million in XRP and you can't afford a $10 subscription, I don't know how to help you, man. I can't help you. And same thing, someone reached out to me today and was like, hey, man, I need help. I need coaching. And I was like, okay, well, it's for deluxe subscribers. Become a deluxe subscriber. And he's like, I don't have any money. And I was like, what do you mean you don't have any money? He's like, I have no money to my name. And I was like, okay, well, you need money to invest. And I was like, do you have it like in other coins or something right now? He's like, no, I don't have any coins. I don't have anything. I don't know anything about crypto. I need you to teach me so that I can become rich. And I was like, okay, well, you have to have money to invest. Okay. So I was like, if you don't have $10 to pay me for a subscription, you don't have enough money to get rich, man. And I, I'm sorry, I want to help you, but you have to have capital. I said, I will give you this one for free. Go out and try to earn some money and put it aside and save it so that you can have something to invest. That's the best I can do for you, man. And he seemed a little disappointed, but I mean, I can only do so much, okay? I can't manifest capital for you to invest. I'm sorry. What's up, Danny? Danny Gibson, glad to see you. I guess Francheska's not coming on the show today. I don't know. It's only 10 minutes after. Maybe she's mad at me for the whole dead daddy thing. I'll tell you what, she messaged me and was like, hey, can you give me a list of questions and everything you're going to ask me? And I was like, well, I was really just going to wing it with you. And I wanted to talk about your experience in crypto and that. I was like, I don't want to talk about White Rock or anything like that. I was like, I just want to talk. And maybe that, I don't know. Armando A extended his subscription for 3 months. Thank you, Armando. Appreciate you. Make sure that if you do subscribe, that you are reaching out to me and asking me questions and giving me, I don't need your information like your keys or anything, but I need to know what you're holding, you know, how much you got in, you know, stuff like that. I need information, okay, so that we can set up a strategy for you. I can't just put a blanket thing on everybody. Everyone is different. So that's how it works. You get out of it what you put into it. Neo, thank you for the marvelous confettis ×2 and bumping up to level 17. Make sure you guys click the little banner up here. It's the what is it? The Heart Me Festival or something like that. There's a little banner up here. Okay, it's got like a heart TikTok thing going on. You click that and you can send me votes. Vote for me, guys. If you love this show and you love me and you love XRP or you love the Ghost or you love the Tombstone something, if you love HelloFresh, okay, click that, send me votes. You can send more than one. I think you can send like 20, 30, who knows? Like you can, and it's free. It's free to send those votes. And so send those for me. Help me out. That does help with the algorithm as well. Where do you see XRP headed in the next couple weeks? I think in the next couple days, we go to 220 and then back down to about $2 minimum, and then we'll see from there. Maybe 190 to maybe 160 at the lowest, somewhere in there. And we'll have to kind of just see as it goes. But what I'll be doing is looking for the right entry point. I think my limit order is set at 163 right now. Crypto trading investment, how you doing? Good to see you. Well, shoot. I thought Francheska was coming on the show today. So I didn't prepare a lot of news or anything. Let me see if I can get Josh on here. Let me pull up Discord. Could you chart Ethereum, please? Wanted some confirmation. I'll tell you this right now. Ethereum's a diamond top. Ethereum is a diamond top. I can't remember how to send a phone call again. I don't know if he's on. Here we go. There we go. Let's see if he answers. There's Francheska. Oh, you thought it was one more hour? Okay. I almost replaced you. Let me send you a request. All right, request sent. I was about to be sad. I was like, Francheska's not coming. I was like, I thought for sure she was coming. I was all upset right now. I almost cried. Hi, Francheska.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Chat, can you guys hear Francheska, or do I need to turn up the volume? Go ahead and speak. Let me see if that fixed it. Can you hear me?
Fix it?
Aha, much better. How's it going? You made it.
I did my makeup a little bit, and I'm not feeling it, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't want to do the show, you don't have to.
No, I'm fine. I can do the show.
Okay. Everyone says they can't hear. Is your or do you have a mic on?
Go grab my other earbuds. 1 sec.
Okay. I can turn you up a little bit. What's first, $3 or $1? I think 150. I think 150 is first. And then possibly 250. We shall see. So, Francheska is part of the wolf pack. I'm interested to know about that. I believe it's a technical analysis class. I think Bullish Babe does it. I don't really know much about it. So that's one of the things I'm going to ask her about for sure. How is July looking for us? I think down and then up. MVP Network, thank you for the heart me and the hand hearts. Eve, how are you doing? Glad to have you. Francheska is getting her earbud. Dala says, he says, where do you see XRP going for us? I said down and then up. And then after that, probably back down, and then up again, and then back down, and then up, and then down. A cup of coffee, maybe a dab. What? Send me a private message for more information. Who is Hugo? I don't know what a dab is either. MVP, thank you so much for the DJ glasses ×2. Eve is our agent. And if you're a creator, she's actually Francheska's agent as well. So if you need an agent, if you're a creator or you want to become a creator, reach out to Eve. By the way, Eve, I think we're going to be adding another creator to this show. And they're going to be building a platform from the ground up. He's been on the live through Discord with me. And we want to get him set up because he's going to probably be a regular on the show and part of this show. And we're going to use this show to build his platform, more than likely. So I'll reach out to you about that. We'll talk about that. Yes, definitely. Cool kid, man. He's got some pipe dreams, but you know, just because somebody has a different opinion doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. You know what I mean? We need to normalize not hating each other because we have a difference of opinions, okay? We can all just get along, okay? Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Revolution, thank you for the 5 gifts to Francheska, and MVP sent gifts to Francheska as well. Learn from one another. Exactly. That's the idea, is to learn from each other, you know, because like I can be wrong, okay? I'm a human being too, okay? I do not know everything. I'm not going to begin to tell you that I know everything, all right? I know that I'm right a lot, and I research a lot of this stuff, and I don't just read headlines. I dig into it, and I deep dive into it, so I kind of know what I'm talking about, but I'm open to being wrong. Prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Because I'm looking for information. I'm not looking to blow my head up and feel like I know everything, I'm better than you. I don't care what y'all think of me. What I care about is the information, because the more information that I get that's accurate, the better my trading is. And I make money because of it. What's up, Francheska?
Can you hear me now?
Holy cow. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good.
All right. So who are you? What do you do? Tell us about yourself.
What do you want to know?
How did you get into crypto?
I got into crypto from a coworker who was a janitor in corporate back in 2020.
2020. Okay.
hmm
Was that like in the bull run, after the bull run, before?
No, it wasn't in a bull run. I've never been in a bull run.
Well, I mean, we had the bull run in 2020.
Yeah, but I wasn't in the. I mean, I might have bought and was in the bull run, but I wasn't paying attention.
So you just
You know
bought
what
and
I'm
held.
saying? So I bought, and then it was hard to find stuff, and then you had to do like Reddit, and you had to do all this other stuff, and I just didn't have time during Ovid, to do all that stuff. So it kind of fell to the wayside. In January 2021, I did pick up some XRP on my mother's recommendation.
Okay.
But other than that, I really haven't been in it, paying attention until November, December when Trump got into office. And then this year, I've been diversifying.
Okay. What projects are you liking right now?
I really like this Aptos. I read about it today. I think I'm going to get some of it.
Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Aptos, how do you spell it? What's the ticker on it?
APT.
APT. And let's find out what kind of partnerships it has. Use case,
hmm
find out its market cap, coin supply. What turned you on about it? What stood out about it to you? Why is there a ghost? The ghost is there because XRP is scary right now. XRP is scary. It's uncertainty. Fredrum says, "Oh my God, most certainly." Rule 506 fact check. All right, we'll get to it. Maybe Jesse didn't hear me the first time. We'll talk about that when we get into the XRP stuff at the end of the show, Enlock. I got you. Don't worry. Jesse may have stepped out. I don't know what happened to Francheska. I know the internet has been acting up, so she may be having issues. There you are.
I'm sorry, Oz. I was trying to look for my notes.
Oh, okay. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah, and like we'll talk about it. We're gonna do a whole segment, and if you want, you can come up later, if you like. Let's everybody in the chat, a round of applause for Francheska. She's got notes she's prepared. I appreciate that. She actually messaged me before the live and was like, "Hey, like, what questions are we gonna ask?" And I was like, "I'm pretty much gonna wing it. Like, we're not gonna talk
Like,
about
what
BlackRock or
topics are we
anything."
going to go over?
Yeah.
So I can somewhat kind of prep myself.
Right. Yeah, like I don't want to talk about White Rock anymore, to be honest with you. I want to talk about your experience in crypto and what got you into it, what you're fascinated with right now, because that's kind of where we're at. We're looking for new projects, things that catch our eye, and you know why you're into it, and you know, I want you to sell me a coin. Tell me why I should be investing into it, because I'm getting ready to buy. Okay. And I want, other people to, give me their opinions on different projects, because I don't even have time to research these anymore. I'm doing the news and the show and everything. And I'm like, I need to make my research for coins part of the show. So that's a big part of it. But I also want to know about, I think it's called Queens of Crypto is something you got going on. I want to know more about that. And I want to get more of those creators on here.
Like Queens of Crypto is a project that I started working on in May, and life has just been crazy this past month. I've had a lot of real life stuff going on on top of trying to still support everyone here on TikTok. Are you still there, Oz?
Yeah, sorry. Jesse was talking to me. Somebody wanted to fact check earlier, and I actually missed Jesse in the chat because I was like talking to you and I was distracted. So, but I told her we'll cover it later after we're done talking. Sorry, didn't mean to get distracted. I'm a
No,
little.
it's all good. So did you look into APT?
So that's why she came in here. She's like, I'm already like working on something else. Like, now you want me to look at something else. She's a little uh frustrated with me. So let me pull it up here. APT crypto. What can you tell me about it?
I can tell you it's a layer one, and
Okay.
that it's supposed to be lightning fast.
Interesting. APT crypto news today from Cointelegraph. Discover the latest news of Aptos, the next generation blockchain platform designed to deliver high performance and reliability for decentralized applications. It aims to offer improved security and scalability compared to earlier blockchain networks. Ooh, nice. The project has gained attention for its innovative consensus mechanism move, which facilitates fast transactions processing at and lower latency. Oh, that's good. Aptos native currency is APT, which is used for various purposes within the Aptos ecosystem, including transaction fees, staking, and governance. Okay, so it's a whole new blockchain. Next generation.
And if I can remember correctly, there is a Coin Act in the Senate that Collins put forward.
Really?
I read with the article I read referenced it in with Aptos.
Let me look it up.
I believe it's called the Coin Act.
Let's see. The term Coin Act in relation to Aptos likely refers to Coin Client Class Aptos SDK. No. Let me see. Aptos. I don't see it. Maybe this is it. Let me see. Let's look up the Coin Act. Is it like a bill?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it was Cynthia Loomis.
Cynthia Luma. Oh, okay. I think she's okay. Coin Act introduced by Senator Adam Schiff aims to restrict government officials from profiting from digital assets and currencies. No, that can't be it. That's a cool one though. We shall see what happens with that. I'm not seeing Coin Act bill. Let's just try that. Maybe this is it.
The Coin Act bill has to do with the president and not being
Able to trade, right? Like they're trying to do that with Congress for stocks as well.
with crypto.
Right. And I actually kind of agree with that because that's insider trading. It's a tale as old as time. These politicians, they get into power and then they create laws that are in their best interest to make their coins pump.
And they never leave.
Yes. And that's a problem. We need people who are neutral making the laws. So I get that. At the same time, can it pass? Can something like that actually happen? Let's just say this, Francheska. Let's say that this is the financial future, right?
Right.
That mass adoption globally or everything becomes digital money.
Correct.
How would you be able to legislate someone out of banking? You know what I mean? You're basically saying
Hmm.
because you hold a position of power, you can no longer use finances. I don't know if that's a slippery slope. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, I can see both sides of that, to where people wouldn't want someone in power, you know, benefiting or um, making changes to benefit them. But I
Right.
can also see the flip side where, how do you block somebody from banking?
I'll tell you what the answer is, or at least in my
Hmm.
opinion. I think that until regulation and structure is created, they should be barred from holding it and trading it. And then once it becomes adopted, then they should be
Hmm.
allowed to use it, like financially. I think that would be a way to solve it. But I think maybe there should be like a provision, because obviously this is something that's going to change and evolve. So it needs to be something like, if you are uh, in the legislative branch and you create legislation for things like this, when there is a bill to come into play,
Hmm.
or a change to be made, you can't be holding anything. You have to, something like that. Obviously, that's a slippery slope too, forcing
Or,
people.
or is it that your assets are frozen until the bill is passed?
Yeah, I like that. That's, you just hit the nail on the head, Francheska. That's the
You
answer.
know,
Because I think, it's a slippery slope, to definance someone just because they're in a position of power. At the same time, um, a person in a position of power, especially in something like this, somebody coming in and making those rules has everything to gain. And there's going to be,
yes.
corporations lobbying and throwing money at them and stuff. So, like, um, any way to mitigate that issue is definitely something that needs to be done. But I think you're right. I think there needs to be some sort of um, middle ground on this one. But I think in the
Yeah, there needs to
meantime,
be some, oh, sorry.
no, 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 go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, there needs to be some kind of middle ground. I mean, if you look at some of these politicians and their portfolios, take the CHIPS Act, you had several politicians that bought certain stocks. It passed, and they made a whole bunch of money. Instead of they had to sell it or it was frozen.
Miss
They couldn't
Eve
buy.
says Nancy. What was her name?
Yeah,
Nancy
Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi. Yeah, yeah. There were
Yeah, she's one of the prime suspects.
right. Do you remember when people were copying her trading portfolio?
Yes.
It was like a big thing on X. I remember that. I don't even think it was X back then. It was like
Well,
Twitter, right?
her husband's like a rock star
Right.
in the stock market. He got, what was it, Visa or MasterCard? He
Um,
sold it, and like the next day they were indicted for something.
yeah, and they knew it. They knew what they were doing.
It's like they don't even make it so it's not obvious.
I know, right? Because they're blatant. They've been doing it and getting away with it for so many years that they're just outlandish now. They don't care. It's about making the money. And if they get in trouble, they're like, oh, we'll get a slap on the wrist and we'll just go do it again.
Pretty much.
You know,
And
oh, go ahead.
nobody's really held accountable in Congress.
That's a big problem. Accountability.
And that's both sides of the aisle. Nobody, I mean, they're censured, but some of the stuff that they've done, if you or I would have done that, we would have been in big trouble.
Oh, yeah. Prison. And it's crazy
Right.
because they actually recently did something. I don't remember who it was, but there were two different people that were um, basically subpoenaed to testify in front of Congress. Both of them didn't show up, and there were two different scenarios. But one guy got like 20 years, I think, or basically got prison time for it, and the other guy
Right?
got nothing for it. And I'm like, what the
Right.
heck? And it was politically motivated why they went after one instead of the other. And I think that's not right. I think everyone needs to be held accountable equally under the law, you know?
Yeah, it should apply to both sides. And, anything you or I could get in trouble for, any congressman should be able to get in trouble for.
Uh, Maybe I can't say this
You know,
on TikTok, but I feel like we need to
but,
bring back the firing squad.
ooh, yeah. That's been talked about. It was really talked about a lot in like 2020 and 2021.
Was that like the QAnon stuff, right?
Yeah, I like me a good rabbit hole.
Yeah, me too.
So,
They were basically they were saying they were building a courthouse at Guantanamo Bay to hold military tribunals. And then
yes,
even deeper down the rabbit hole, they were basically saying that like Nancy Pelosi and
all
like
this
Obama and
people
all of
are already
them,
gone.
yeah, that they were already gone and they're using robots instead.
Right. Or like body doubles with
Yeah.
masks. I mean, that's why I say, like, I'll go down a rabbit hole. I'm just not hanging out down there.
Yeah. That's me too. I'll jump
Go
in, I'll
in,
jump out.
get the information, and get out.
I'll tell you this though.
Because
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
because the deeper you go, the more out there it gets.
You know, my cousin used to tell me this. He used to say, "Don't go too far down the rabbit hole." You know, he said, "You can take a peek, but don't go too far. You know, you'll get lost down there." But I'll tell you,
I have friends that told me they like owned homes down.
oh my God, yeah, I have a vacation timeshare down the rabbit hole. I like to
Right.
go visit once in a while, but I don't live there. Um,
Well, and like in crypto, like there's some rabbit holes in crypto.
I mean,
Like,
XRP, for instance, XRP is a massive
right.
rabbit hole. Tell me a
I'll
rabbit
tell you
hole.
what though,
I want to hear.
when is XRP actually gonna like let's go?
I mean, it did. It saw all-time highs.
Yeah, but like higher.
I know we all want that, right? I do. I got moon
I
bags.
mean, I'm not looking for, past the moon and Mars. I'm looking for like $3 and $5 and $10.
Yeah, and I think there's a possibility. But I don't know if you saw
Right?
the live yesterday, but if you missed the live yesterday,
Um, I did see bits and pieces of it.
Francesca, I implore you, go back and watch it on YouTube. Watch
Okay.
the whole
Okay.
thing, and not just like it needs to be shared. Like people need this information, and I'm glad that I finally covered it because I've been saying it for a long time, but I
Right?
finally had someone on where we were talking about it, and everything just started coming out, and I was able to break it down and explain exactly what is happening, what is different in this cycle compared to every other cycle we've seen. So definitely go check that out for sure. And
See,
then
and the
come back on, we'll
disadvantage
talk
that
about it.
I have is I didn't get to experience all the bull run or because I was barely around.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really get like into crypto until January.
A lot of people did. A lot of
That's when I started diversifying into like the different coins, like for example, XTC, XLM, Doge, Shiba. You know what I mean? Like before that, it was just I had the little BTC, I had some XRP, and that was it.
yeah. And I mean, if you have a small amount of money invested, it's better to stick to just a couple, two, three projects, because the gas fees, man, the gas fees kill you.
Oh God, Ethereum's gas fees used to be, oh,
And
I think only recently they came down just a little bit, no?
well, I mean, it fluctuates, so it never
Okay.
stays down, but it's always been like the highest. But it's the most secure blockchain network. So I understand. You're paying for
Well,
security.
I was looking into possibly building a project and this and that, and I pulled up Solana, I pulled up Polygon, I pulled up Ethereum, Polkadot. Ethereum was the most expensive out of everybody,
Yeah, and
and mostly that was because of the gas fees.
that's why I'm afraid that it might be dead. I think it'll serve its purpose for security reasons, but
Right?
speed and efficiency, there's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum on a global scale.
Well, I mean, then you look at Bitcoin, it's kind of archaic when you compare to the newer coins.
I agree. But people are saying, well, that's why it's so good because people will buy it and hold it for a long time and it doesn't matter about it being fast. I think people
Right?
want their money to be liquid. They want to be able to access it instantly.
Right? Um, I don't remember, how long does a transaction with Bitcoin take?
That's a good question. Jesse, can you look up how long it takes for a transaction on Bitcoin to transact? Because I know XRP is like 4 seconds, and I think Solana
Yeah,
is
XRP
faster
is
than that.
usually really quick.
Solana's
Solana's
faster.
pretty quick. Ethereum, I think it takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
And Dogecoin takes like 10, 12 minutes.
that's a long time. Think about it.
It is a long time.
Um, have you seen this? Let me pull it up. It's on my TikTok.
Breaking. Ripple just dropped their appeal.
It's cosmic.
Oops, not that one.
Let me see here. It's in one of my reposts, but it's from a while back, and it's a commercial for Algorand. But
So
it makes like perfect sense. Let me see if I can find it here, and we'll watch it. And you've probably seen it. Maybe you can tell me what you think.
maybe.
Oh, here it is.
Hey, morning. Hey. Hello.
Hey,
You guys take Bitcoin, right?
Sure do.
I'm gonna be paying with Ethereum if that's okay.
Okay, yep, no problems.
Good thing I'm paying with Solana.
You go ahead and tap.
And there we go.
Oh, it failed. Try it again. Oh, there's more. It looks like it's gonna be another 27 minutes before this transaction clears.
What?
27 minutes for Bitcoin.
$12. I have like 3 things.
Ethereum, they got that peak hour gas thing.
There you go.
Maybe one more time. What are you gonna do? Just wait right here, without the bag, without the bag.
I think it's gonna work.
Nope. Should have shot with Algorand.
How do we get in that line?
So Jesse says it takes 10 minutes to an hour to transact Bitcoin.
10 minutes to an hour. Jesus. Can you imagine if you were at the gas station, you're out of gas, and you're trying to pay with Bitcoin?
Imagine if you're at a electric car station and you got to wait an extra hour just for your card to go through.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So how does that work? Do you go there and you just like scan your phone or?
well, actually, if you have Tesla, your your phone is connected to, or not your phone, your card is connected to your Tesla account. And so it automatically charges your card when you go. So you don't have to do anything. You just pull up and you plug it in and you hang out.
Skip the gas station, plug in your car.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, any place that has like I'd say like a shopping mall or like a outlet mall kind of thing and a charging station is
Right.
going to do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people are going to be like, shopping and doing stuff. And so think of the extra costs you're going to spend by wasting 2 to 4 hours of your time to charge your car.
Now, did you hear about this? don't know if I read about it or I was flipping through and heard somebody talk about XRP interoperability and something about a wormhole.
Hold on a second. Well, let me adjust the track real quick. Caveman Fantasy says, Oz, does the XRP bridge make Bitcoin quicker? That's a question for Jesse. Jesse, can you answer that question? Can Bitcoin transact on the XRP ledger, and does it make Bitcoin transact faster? That's a good question, Caveman. That is a great question.
Because of that question made me think about what I heard about earlier with XRP interoperability and joining wormhole, maybe? Can you help me out, Caveman?
Yeah, because I've actually heard like so SXT is one that I'm really into, and the reason I found it is because that I heard that SXT was going to be operating on the XRP ledger, and I was like, oh, okay, this is why I was into it. Then I looked into it, I was like, oh, it's on Ethereum network, but I'm like, okay, it's designed to be for security, so that would make sense that it's on Ethereum, but it seems like it's designed to also operate on the XRPL. I'm not sure about that. There's not a lot of information on it.
So it has that interoperability where it could go between.
Right. And so Revolution says, yes, it moves faster on the XRP ledger. So it sounds like there's a possibility that we are going to be using the ledger to transact these other slower coins and blockchain. So basically it's we're using a different blockchain altogether to transact the same coins. And I know that that happens because like,
so
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like,
so,
in my wallet, right? I have I have like a ton of wallets, right? So one of the wallets that I have, it's got, you know, Ethereum on the Optimism network. It's got Cardano on Optimism, and then it's got it on Ethereum network. And so I'm holding a lot of the same project because I bought these things years ago, and I just, whatever's in that wallet is just whatever, it's there. And, you know, it just sits there, and I'm realizing, I'm like, okay, I have all these different coins and different things, and they're all on different networks. So it's like I have Ethereum like 4 different times on different networks. And then I have like other projects as well on different networks. So I'm like, and I bought them before because like it was like, oh, if you sign up and you buy this here with that or whatever, you get a discount and whatever. And I was doing all these things, and so like I do know that there's definitely interoperability. So Caveman, you just made me more bullish. Caveman for the win here. All I've ever been asking is for somebody to change my mind. Somebody make me believe. I want to believe. I love XRP. I love the idea of it, but I have to know that I need more clarity. I need more persuasion. You know, point me in the right direction, because I'm hearing so much FUD, and I'm hearing so much outlandish claims that I don't know what to believe anymore.
Hopium.
Yeah. I just want facts, man. That's why we created this show.
Yeah, you know what? Forrest does like a really good job of breaking stuff down.
Oh, I love Forrest.
Forrest Unfiltered.
Yes.
So, you know, I watch like Caveman's, I watch everybody's, but usually I see Forrest is first.
Yeah.
And I just love the way he breaks it down. He makes it simple.
I never get into either of their lives. You know, you know me, how I like to go into everyone's live and support and send gifts and everything, just like you do. You do the same, right? I do that, right? But I never get into their lives because I think we're on like different time zones. I never get in there and get a chance.
For Forrest, he doesn't really go live a lot.
Yeah, he's posting those videos. Yeah, so I see those videos.
So if you see him live, it's like a blue moon.
Got you. I was able to catch Caveman's live with Dead Daddy, but I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that at all.
We're gonna go down the White Rock hole. How
Nope.
far you want to go?
Nope, not doing it. I'm done with that. Done with it
Okay, so are
completely.
you like me? You went in, you found out what you found out, and you said it's just not worth it.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I don't. You know, I as a journalist, I want to do the right thing. Here we go down the rabbit hole. I want to do the right thing at the same time. At what cost? So it's best to just walk away from it and stick to other things. There's plenty other things out there to debate about. But I'll tell you what, right now, as far as White Rock goes, red flags all over the place. I'm good on it. Let's find something that's
I'm
good. You know?
You know, it would be like you go down this rabbit hole, there's a dead end, then there's a detour to the next rabbit hole. And yeah.
Exactly. Acido says SXT accumulate that shit. That's where I'm at, bro. I am buying the heck out of SXT.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I've heard about it around the talk, but you know, you get nervous when you start hearing a coin over and over and over, unless you already hold it.
They're only talking about it because I started turning everybody onto it. Turned Mega onto it, and then I turned Wadi onto it, and I basically went out after I bought it, and I was like, hey, everybody, like, you guys need to look into this. You know, there's something here. But what really set me off with it is now it doesn't claim that it has military applications, but it does. And the fact that they're not even pushing that yet, it's just so new, and its interoperability with the XRPL. I'm like, okay, this is cool, right? But what it does is it's off-chain data verification. So it can verify data off the blockchain without putting the data on the blockchain so that it can remain private and unhackable.
Thank you, Jesse.
Which is really cool.
Very cool.
Right? And I mean, that solves the quantum computing problem right there. And also it solves the speed issue as well, I believe, with Ethereum. And it's partnered with Chainlink, and it's partnered with Microsoft. So I'm like, okay, if it's partnered with Chainlink, it's going to be interoperable.
Yeah, because Chainlink kind of connects them all.
Right. So I'm like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is going to be big. And it's only been out since like May 8th, right? And it pretty much ran way down. Like, here, let me pull it up here. Check this out, Francheska. I'll tell you what, though.
I have to get my glasses.
Wait, I got the wrong one. SXT is space and time. And you know what made me trust it too is Coinbase is very picky about what it allows on its network, and it's on Coinbase. So I'm like, okay, like if it's on Coinbase, obviously I'm not going to buy it there, but it's on Coinbase, which gives it some validity. But look at this thing. It just ran down. But I bought it right here at 10.5 and literally, and I told chat about it. And literally the next day we got this massive God candle. And then we got our profits.
I might give Coinbase another shot.
It's too slow, and it signs you out. Like every time something's happening or you need to transact, it freezes up on you. It signs you out. It does something shady.
Well, my problem was I got locked out.
Yeah, and it does it right when you're like trying to buy or sell.
And there was some kind of suspicious bank account, so I quick deleted it and changed password, and it told me to lock lock it up. So I locked it up, and then I went to unlock it, and it wouldn't let me back in.
Jesse, our fact checker, just recently put in limit orders, right? And the limit orders would have filled, and it canceled all of her limit orders. And
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding at all. This is just recent. Jesse, chime
Oh
in
my God.
in the chat and tell everyone that it happened. I'm not making this up. That's crazy to me. Like that you could set
That's
a limit order and it
ridiculous.
just cancels them. Because I believe. Okay, I'll bring Jesse on. She wants to talk. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I buy crypto through different things. Coinbase is like the easiest one because I'm busy. I'm either researching or doing a million different things. And yesterday morning, I woke up to 5 emails telling me that all 5 of my limit orders had been canceled when they should have been filled. So instead of them buying in where I wanted to, they're like, oh, they're just all canceled. So I think I'm moving everything out of Coinbase because that's really messed up. I would have hit all the targets that I had put in place. So that just makes me very nervous.
Yeah,
I just don't know what's going on because I've been locked out. A friend of mine on here was locked out. Somebody else couldn't buy. It locked them out.
it's done it to me a dozen times, as far as being locked out, signed out, or it's like I go to transact or do a market order and the server's down or the chart is down or something's down on it, always whenever it's busy. So that's definitely a problem. But let me play the devil's advocate here. Okay, Jesse, on Coinbase, when you set limit orders, there is a section when you set your order where you can customize how long that limit order stays. So you may have to change on there to where the order stays in place until canceled. Otherwise, sometimes they do have a time limit.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that could
I
be
know,
it.
you're the one who showed me.
Right. I taught Jessie everything she knows. So,
Right.
but I want to be the devil's advocate here. But at the same time, there is been just problem after problem with Coinbase. I only recommend it to new people that don't understand crypto to just get them started. But even in their advanced side, it's subpar.
So where do you like to go?
I do not disclose that information. I'll tell you this, I'm using multiple platforms, but one, out of security, I don't want people to find my wallet or anything like that.
Right.
And
Correct.
2, I don't want to give out a recommendation to a platform and something happen and then I'd be held liable like what happened with FTX.
Right.
So it's a safety and a legal thing for me. But I will say this, I use multiple wallets. I use multiple platforms and I have a lot. So I keep it spread out a bit, and locked away, very secure. I actually have like a wallet that's designated for transacting with the exchanges. And then I transfer from that wallet to a secondary wallet that's never been connected to the internet. So it just connects wallet to wallet. So it's on the blockchain, it's there, but it's never been connected to anything, and so no one can ever access it or do anything with it. And that's where I hold my mass storage of everything.
That's the best place for it to be.
Exactly. And right now,
because on your phone, it's
oh
not safe
yeah,
on your phone.
And if you're gonna use like a device for, your wallet or whatever, or like if you're using Arculus, my recommendation is that you get a tablet or a phone or something that is specifically dedicated as a device for being your wallet, and you keep it on airplane mode when you're not using it.
Yeah.
And that's the best way. Caveman says 100% yes. Thank you, Caveman. Thank you, Caveman, for joining the live. Appreciate having you
So,
on, man.
do you think there's anybody that's been in the game? I've only diversifying for 6 months, but somebody who's been here a long time, do you think anybody is just on one exchange?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, because people get their favorites, I'm sure more of us that are more well versed into it, that are highly advanced, they're probably using multiple, because there's a lot of projects that you want to buy that you can't get on certain exchanges. So that's why I have multiple exchanges. Like I'm not gonna say what, but I don't want to shill any coins out.
Well, for example, you have like, what is that? Mex, MEXC?
MAXC? No, I haven't. Let me look into it.
I don't,
I'll tell you what, I am all about top 10
it
ISO
might be
coins only.
It might be an Aussie exchange.
Ooh, I like Aussie. What's it called? Again, what's the ticker?
I believe it's not a coin. It's a exchange.
Oh.
MEXC. Yes.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
I know what you're talking about. MEXC. Okay. What do you usually get on that one? Is that what you're using all the time, or?
I'm not. Somebody recommended it to me, and I kind of peeked at it, but technically, it's not in the United States.
Oh, I wonder if it's in Mexico. I see it right here. MEXC.
You could probably peek at it if you have a VPN and you move it.
You can buy Fartcoin on MEXC. I'll tell you this, I will always hold Fartcoin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart.
You know what? Did you ever think that people would get excited about a fart coin?
Definitely. When I saw Fartcoin, I was like, this is gonna be one of the only meme coins that lasts forever. Because there's going to be newer people coming into crypto all the time, and they're going to see it and they're going to get a laugh and a chuckle out of it. People are going to be like, oh, hey, I'm going to send my friend a fart for his birthday. You know what I mean? And fart jokes have been around for like thousands of years. Like, farts aren't going anywhere. They'll always be funny. It'll always be a thing. So this is one coin that I will always hold, at least one, just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Come on.
Okay.
I think of all the meme coins, this one guaranteed will always be worth something. Will never go to zero. And I don't like meme coins, but I understand the sentiment behind it. You know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah, I don't really like them either. I just have my doggies.
Oh, yeah. I bought Shiba Inu in May of 2020.
Oh, so you're doing just fine.
I'm doing just fine. I'll tell you this. I put $1,000 into it in May of 2020 and made a pile of money, and I actually lost money on it, because I believe this is why I'm so like, make sure you take profits and make sure you do. I learned a very valuable lesson that bull run. And I was playing Call of Duty with my friend. I'm like, hey man, I'm a millionaire and all this stuff. And he's like, dude, you need to take that money out. I was like, no, dude, it's good. Like, they're adopting crypto. It's going to be big. It's going to be all this stuff. I'm like, I'm going to be set for life. And he's like, you need to take some of it out, even if it's just $100,000. He was like, take it out, buy a house with it, diversify it, do something with it, right? And I didn't listen to him, right? And it started dropping. It dropped very quickly. And so I was like, okay.
Oh my God.
I said, I'm going to buy the dip. And I was like, I'm diamond handing this thing. I'm going to buy the dip. And I bought the dip all the way down to the bottom and ended up losing money. And I learned a very valuable lesson.
with dollar cost averaging. Yes, it's great, but like you just said, you can lose a lot on the way down.
Yeah, it's better for like high frequency, low time frame trading, and for someone that's very advanced. But a lot of new people, and that's why I say everyone's situation is different, and that's why I'm like, become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me, because everyone's situation is different. What works for someone else may not work for you. So that's the idea, is to, but I'll tell you this right now, I never condone DCAing unless you've already been trading
no.
for a very long time.
So to add to your or expound on your point, I could hear the same information from you and two other people, and somebody else, I actually understand it. If that makes sense, like you told me and Caveman and somebody else. One of you, I understood it. The other two, I was like, oh, maybe I understand. Do you know what I mean? There's certain teachers that just jive with your way of thinking.
Yeah. Are you saying that about me? Like I jive?
I've been
Or not?
watching you for a while.
That's true.
I don't, you know, for me, it's like everything becomes a blur by the end of the day.
Mar Lopez says, isn't accumulating the same as DCAing, Oz? No, it is not. I believe in SXT, and I believe, and I know, just like everyone is about XRP, I'll buy it at any price. You know, when the money comes in and I feel like it's taking a dip, I'm going to buy some because I believe in it. So I believe that it's down at the bottom and it's going to do, you know, probably dollars, maybe 50 cents, who knows? But I think that it'll do dollars, maybe not this bull run, maybe the next one, maybe later on down the road. But I believe in it. And I think it's so advanced that it would take a long time for something to come along that's more advanced than it. So I think it's a good buy, and I continue to just accumulate it. But is that the same as DCing? No. DCing is a way to offset your losses when you make a bad trade. So when you bought in at a bad spot and it takes a dip, George Orwell, 1984, broke it down, and he uses the 139 method. So if you bought in for $1 at one position and then it drops down again, then you buy in at $3 for the next one, and then when it drops down again, you buy in at $9, and then when it moves up to the next line of resistance, it becomes a profitable trade. But I still don't recommend it. It's very risky. Very risky. Sorry, Francheska, I had to.
Yeah, and there's also like the 369 theory as well.
Right. 369. And that's what me and Mega were calling it. We were calling it 369. He's like, no, 139. 139.
Okay, so it's 139. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard 369, not 139. So, okay, that's the proper.
Well, that's how George Orwell does it. Okay.
All right.
So that's his strategy. Everyone has their own strategies, and no one's right or wrong. We all just, if you have a system that works for you and it is consistently profitable for you, stick with it. That's what I say. You know, if it works for you, do it. I have my own way.
Totally. You know, and you know, when I invest, I always try to get my initials back.
Yeah, exactly. I get my initials.
And then a little bit of profit.
Yeah, I like to take profits at each resistance zone on the way up. And if it's uncharted, I take it at psychological numbers. So like 333, 555, right. 007, things like that. Those are psychological numbers.
Well, yeah, you take your little bit of profit and then you just diamond hands the rest.
I'll tell you what, ever since what happened.
It's house money.
Yeah, exactly. I like to play with the house's money. But I'll tell you this, ever since Shiba broke my heart, I take way more profits now. I've learned my
Oh yeah.
lesson. Yeah, I'm not. Don't be too greedy.
When
You
did you
know,
say you get in? 2020?
2020 had a lot. I think I had. I don't remember exactly how many Shiba coins I had, but I believe I was near the trillions, if not in the trillions.
Okay.
I have to go back and check and look at the history on it or whatever. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot, and I made a lot of money. And I was stupid. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing. I had seen other bull runs, and I knew about the bull cycle and everything. But because we were in 2020 with COVID and everything, and Donald Trump had
Right.
signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, do you know what that is? A lot of people don't know about it. So Donald Trump signed a bill, and you can't even find it. It's been wiped from the internet now. But in 2020, he signed a bill that states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. So when that happened, I thought, okay, this is happening because it's going to take 5 years for it to whatever. I was like, it's all uphill from here. It'll never come back down. I believed that we were in the new paradigm, which is the top of the cycle. And I got swept away. Hey,
Did
Caveman,
you get into Pepe?
We did this year. Yeah, we caught the bottom. We made a lot of money off of Pepe, that's for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of young kids that made a lot of money on Pepe.
Yeah. Pepe did very well for us on this channel. Right when everything was just down, 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 and then it all like turned around, I knew that it was turning around, and I told everybody, I was like, hey man, spaghetti right now. I was like, you can pretty much buy anything and it's all going to stick to the wall right now. And I was like, write them all down on a piece of paper, throw them in a hat and pull one out, and you're going to do well. And a lot of people made money watching this show, which is awesome. That's what it's all about, is we want to help people,
Yeah, of course. We want everybody to win.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I know for everybody to win is not possible because there will still be somebody holding on to the bags while everyone else is exiting.
Yeah. Caveman, I just want to address, I seen you in the chat and you bringing up a lot of things and stuff. Not that I'm ignoring you whatsoever, man. Love and appreciate you, brother. But we're just kind of get caught up in the conversation. So let's plan to have you on the show and we'll talk about it, bro. Because I've been meaning to have you on the show. So send me a DM. We'll set something up, bro. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Caveman is totally awesome.
Yeah, he's cool, man. I wish we could have hung out in Vegas. I was busy and doing stuff, and we just never got a chance to link up out there.
Well, it was crazy. I was in Vegas, and then everybody else showed up in Vegas. Wasn't it like the BTC and then XRP?
Yes, I was at the XRP one, and you were supposed to come meet me and hang out with me, and you didn't show up. And
I wasn't in town.
I cried.
I was already gone by then. I missed J-Heat by like 10, 15 minutes.
Dang. Yeah, but I had set up the meet and greet for after everything because I just had so much. I had meetings and I was like doing interviews and stuff, and I just did not have time to meet up with anybody. Yeah, there'll be next time for sure.
Oh yeah, next time. Oh yeah, better planning. Yep.
Exactly. It was kind of last minute for me, but I'll tell you what, like I'm excited for Rare Evo. That's going to be a lot of fun.
And you said that's in August?
Yeah, August 6th through the 10th. I got press passes. So
let's go.
Yeah, I'm going as a reporter. I was hired as a reporter to report on the event. So it's really awesome. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you heard, but Twitch reached out to me and they're probably going to have me speak at TwitchCon, which is just incredible. Like,
yeah, you were talking about that last night or Wednesday?
Yeah, they sent me an email. I'm supposed to know by July 16th. They said don't buy a ticket. Okay? Don't buy a ticket. We're reviewing your stuff we sent you, and don't buy one yet because we're pretty sure you're going to be doing the show. And I'm like, "Holy crap, like that's crazy." Jesse actually
Well,
helped
that's
me
cool.
write the proposal, and it turned out really well. And Twitch is trying to grow the crypto space, and they're trying to branch out from just being about video games and like talking. So, and they're trying to become more relevant. So they're looking for new talent to expo on stage and to come and speak and talk about their platform, whatever. And I'm going to basically be talking about crypto and how it's changing the world and everything. So we're the #1 show for crypto on Twitch right now. Twitch,
That is so awesome.
but that's not saying much because all they have on Twitch is it's basically a camera pointed at the chart, no talking, no nothing, no narrative. Like so it's not much competition. So that's why we stuck out, and I was able to like actually shine because I'm like, okay, here's good information and here's what we can do. And so like I stick out like a sore thumb.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not real familiar with like Twitch. What is it? Twitch. What's the one everyone on here is on? Discord.
Yeah. Harley Dan on Twitch says, did anyone else get dropped on TikTok? Yeah, the TikTok studio has been having a lot of issues. So a lot of people have been coming to watch on Twitch because it's not as glitchy and it doesn't cut out. So it's a more seamless stream. But it's also, I don't know, it has its own vibe there. It's more podcast friendly. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
designed for that. But I'll tell you what, TikTok, the algorithm, you can't beat it. The viewership is just so
No.
much better. But the people on
What's it,
Twitch,
the other?
the people on Twitch are loyal though. They come back all the time.
Wasn't it during like 2020 that Clapper was starting to get like a bunch of people to go over?
Was that what it was? I thought it was or are you talking about when they were going to ban TikTok, or are you talking about?
Yeah, it was like Clapper. I know Red Note was like huge in the news,
What's
but
up,
I seem to
crypto bro?
remember a lot of people going to Clapper.
Interesting. I know.
Thanks, Cosmic.
Yeah, Cosmic, what's up, bro? Me and Cosmic are like friends now. He's the only
He's a
one
really
that's
good dude.
yeah, he's the only one that's managed to get me pretty bullish right now. Every time I talk to him, he's like, I hope you're just a little bit more bullish. I'm like, I'm getting there, bro. Not yet.
Yeah, and I feel bad because sometimes I'm in the comments and I'm a little bit of a bear sometimes. But I'm curious, because I go into all these different lives. I'm curious why you feel that way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is what I heard. What do you think about this?
Right. I'm a bit of a bear, okay? Only right now. Okay. I will be bearish when the time is necessary, and I will be bullish when the time is necessary. I just feel like there's one more fear narrative in their bag before things happen.
Is it one or maybe two?
Maybe 5.
Right?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, you should watch the show from yesterday on YouTube. It pretty much maps out. Obviously, it's a bit speculative, but it's very informative of what is going on and why people are saying when moon and when alt season. Are we getting an alt season? It answers all those questions. And it gives basically, I have like 2 scenarios. Well, 3 scenarios. One, it's over. And then I have these 2 scenarios. One is basically that there's no alt season. And the other one, it maps out where how a super mega cycle would actually happen and how people won't be prepared for it if it does. And that's the thing is I'm not turned off to the idea that we could be in a mega cycle. But at the same time, I'm going to be cautious. Caveman, good night.
Right.
Thank you for coming out. Send me a DM, Caveman. Let's get you on the show. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. You were talking.
Yeah, I always try to give, the creators love when they come in and let them know everybody follow Caveman, everybody follow Cosmic Crypto, the guy with the little wolf emoji. Everybody follow Francheska. Follow these other creators, guys. Don't just listen to me, all right? It's very important that we get a broad perspective and we intake as much information as possible. Like Mega Crypto says, when we're doing technical analysis, every bit of information is an indicator, and it gives us more clarity of what's going on. And the more information you can gather, the better you can be at making an educated guess.
I would tend to agree.
Right? I love Mega. Mega is like the crypto gentleman.
Does he still have the pointer?
Like the little hand that he taps.
The little hand. And then he grabs like 5 of them.
Time to time, he doesn't go live as much as he used to. And I get it. He's busy.
You know what? Nobody really does.
I know.
I mean, Cosmic and Bullish do Monday through Friday, but you have creators like DeFi Mojo, who used to be on every morning. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I did talk to him. He said he's got some stuff going on in real life and some business ventures he's getting into. But I'm noticing that there's not as many people live during the day as there was a month ago.
Right. Wonder if I should change my times.
I don't know.
I've been playing with the idea of changing the thing, but I tell you what, I think a lot of people just fell off because ever since they changed the algorithm, I think it was in April, nothing's been the same, and there's no money in it. Like when I first started, I had maybe 20 people watching, but I had like 300 subscribers, and I was making massive amounts of money, and I was just starting, and I had like 1,000 followers, and I was making $200 to $400 a week, and I was like, oh, this is good, we're going to be profitable. And that's when I, hired a staff and built the studio. I was like, this is going to be big. I was like, we're just getting started. It's already big. And then all that happened. And it's like, wow, we've made $8.97 this live. And there's,
George and Callie were having I believe it was today, they were having a conversation about that TikTok is changing the rules again.
Yeah, they just changed it. I think it was in May. So Mega actually sent me an update on all the changes, and I had to fact check them a little bit because some of it was not true. But yeah,
what wasn't true?
The no green screens.
Okay. So yeah, George talked about no just green screens. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, so the green screens is still okay. Basically, let me pull it up here. I will tell you what the change was, what was different. Because there's a certain wording that was used, and I don't want to give out the wrong information. Okay, so green screens are not banned. They just don't want people using photo mode. So, no photo mode. That's like where you post something and it's just a picture and you're talking over it.
Right.
And that's pretty much to get them away from the, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. If you like me, I'll like yours back, and blah 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 blah.
Right.
So that's what
And
they.
all the gingerbread men and
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's their filter. They're still allowing all of that, and the
right.
green screen stuff,
Oh, okay.
CapCut. It's all still good to go. It's just they don't want people just posting a photo, because they post a photo that's like half a second long, and so it makes the algorithm think that people are watching it 100% of the way through and watching it like 30
Right.
times, but it's not. They're just looking at a picture for a second. And it's usually like a picture where it says, "Oh, do you see it right here?" And you're looking at it, trying to figure it out, and so it messes with the algorithm, makes them think, and so they're like, "Okay, we're doing away with that."
Hmm.
I hope TikTok gets their act together. I'll tell you what, the biggest problem is the bots, the fake accounts. Like, hey, how's your crypto experience going? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, or howdy, or hey, you were in my live. Thanks so much for the support.
Right? Or they're like, I want to send you a gift.
I just crack up because I'll leave, for example, I'll leave like Bullish's live and I'll check my messages, and there'll be some bot in my filtered messages that was like, thanks for the support and can't wait to talk to you, blah, 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 Bullish babe. And I'm like, well, no, you're not really Bullish babe.
Yeah. I get a lot from Cosmic, the fake Cosmics. Ever since his account got banned, I see more of the fake ones trying to get me to add on to theirs. And Cosmic
I
says
used to.
the biggest problem is there's no real people working at TikTok. It's all AI agents. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, I actually popped my cherry. I have a bunch of fake Oz the Crypto Goats now. So
Really? So I
yeah,
got to watch out for your doppelgangers. Okay.
exactly. I got the doppelgangers running around. So I will never message you first. I will always tell you, especially like if you subscribe, to send me a message first. Okay, send me a message, subscribe, so that way you know that it's not the fake account. I will never reach out to you first. TikTok seller says there's a fake Oz on Discord. Yeah, there's actually more on Discord. I'll tell you what. I think a lot of them are coming from Discord, because I didn't get the fake accounts until I added Discord. Maybe there's a correlation there. Maybe there's not. I'm just speculating. Cosmic Crypto
funny
says
story.
my copycats have taken over.
They
Everybody,
really
make
have.
sure you follow Cosmic Crypto. He's the real one in the chat right now. Make sure you guys go give him a follow. Give Francheska a follow as well, and any other creators. And if you like to shop on TikTok Shop, make sure you send TikTok Seller 444 a follow as well. He gets the best deals on TikTok Shop. I promise you. Nobody else gets as good of deals as him. I bought his charger. I think we bought like 5 of the chargers from him, because they were like $1.60 or something like that for a charger. They're freaking awesome. Like, he gets killer deals.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised at the deals he gets. And then there's been things where I'm like, oh, I want to buy this off TikTok Shop. So I message him, and then he adds it to his showcase. And then I can get a better deal on it by going through him. And then he gets the money, and he helps support the show.
Well, it makes it full circle, right?
Yeah, exactly. Cosmic Crypto says, don't forget to like and share the live. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Everybody
Thank you.
tap away, send in those gifts. Make sure you share the show with your friends, but also share the show in real life. Tell people what this show has done for you and how amazing it is. I'm going out like regularly now and sharing the show. I got a bunch of these printed up. Check these out, Francheska. So these are some flyers I got, and I'm going to be passing these out at Rare Evo and TwitchCon and different stuff. So I'm leaving them on like fancy cars and stuff. I give them. I go to a lot of doctor's appointments and stuff, and I give them to the doctors and like the staff because I'm like, okay, the doctor's got some money. You know what I mean?
Right? But you never know. Sometimes they have a BMW, but that's all they have.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know, which,
I'll tell you what, the the people who are usually wealthy, they don't drive around in flashy cars. They wear regular clothes. They blend in just like everybody else. The people that try to be flashy, they're the ones that are actually broke because they're spending their money in the wrong
mhm,
places. You know, I
right,
have I have things that are nice. Like I have like my Corvette and my classic car collection, but I see those things as investments. And most people
right,
would say, like, if you talk to somebody that is an investor, they would say, oh, classic cars, that's a liability, not an asset. But because I like tinkering on them and it's my hobby, it's not a liability to me because I have the ability to do whatever needs to be done with it. So it's a little different for me. But I try, for me, I don't spend money unless it makes money. You know, that's
right.
something that I try to stick to. And if you do
Well,
that, you're going to be successful.
at least you work on yours.
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
My
it's
ex
never
had what
ending.
was it? A 1974 Corvette, red.
That's what I have. I have a 1975 Corvette red.
It needed this, it needed that, and something else. That thing sat in the garage for 10 years collecting dust.
Oh, I drive mine. I just don't drive it in the summer.
Yeah, no,
It gets too hot.
but you know, it was, oh, this is an investment and I'm gonna fix this up.
Hey,
And it sat in
Cosmic,
the
thanks for
garage for
coming in,
10
man.
years
Have a good night.
before he sent it to somebody else. Have a good one, Cosmic. So I'm happy to hear somebody else has classic cars that they're actually doing something with.
Yeah, I get them roadworthy. Like everything that I have is drivable. You know, they may need
Mhm.
this and may need that, but I tinker on them as they go. But with old cars like that, it's always something. You know, it's never gonna be perfect. But I'll tell you what, the Corvette is a daily driver. But every now and again, I gotta replace this or do that or whatever. But it's pretty much a daily driver now. I drove it to LA for work for years, and I'm probably going to take it to Vegas. I've never taken it to Vegas before, and I really want to like cruise around with the T top off and cruising down the strip. I think it'd just be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Was really sad.
Oh, Jesse said that's so sad that car needs to be loved
Yeah, cars need to be
because it was
loved.
left in the
Yeah,
garage. But you know what the difference is between a new car and those cars?
what's that?
I'm pretty sure we could fix that car.
Oh yeah.
A new car? Yeah, no.
I
There's too
mean,
much electronics, and I think they built them that way for a reason.
yeah. It's called planned obsolescence. They engineer them in a way that makes them difficult and expensive to repair. And you used to go take your car to the dealership, right? And you get it worked on, and that was the best place to take your car.
Mhm.
Now it's the opposite. The dealership doesn't want to do anything. They're in the business of selling new cars. So they want to get you to just trade it in for another car. Mother
Yeah,
Dragon
I've
says
heard
same with
horror
appliances.
stories about dealerships and shady shenanigans.
Danny Gibson says, I had a 69 Vet daily driver and it was a mechanical nightmare. I'll tell you what, when I got my Corvette, it was a mechanical nightmare. I put it, everything underneath the hood and under the car is brand new. Everything is brand new. The only thing that is original is the actual motor and transmission because they only had like 40,000 miles on it. They were like brand new. It sat in someone's garage its whole life. but it was a lot. Like I had to redo the suspension and the brakes and tires and the whole cooling system and everything. Everything had to be done on it. But now it's like new. So now it's reliable. I know that I can jump in it and it'll start right up and I can take off down the road and I know I'm good.
You know, my first car was actually, do you remember Oldsmobile?
Oh yeah. I'm a car guy. I know everything about cars.
I had a Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, light blue with the white canvas top.
What year?
Oh God, what was it? 90, 93, 94?
Oh yeah, those are nice. Those are becoming like classics now. Those are the new classic for sure.
But you know, the problem was is that they got oil leaks, and mine got an oil leak, and my mechanic tried 8 times. He could not find it. And he just said, you know what? You're probably better off just to sell it to a dealership and get something else.
Oh. For me, I'm like, oh, it leaks oil. Okay, I'll just put more in it.
Right? Well, it was real cool. You know, it had the 3 lights on both sides.
Yeah. That's cool. I like old cars. You know what? I got a Volkswagen Doom buggy. It's like a 4-seater sandrail.
Okay.
And it's got the Volkswagen engine in the back and it leaks oil. And one thing about Volkswagen engines is if it doesn't leak oil, it doesn't have any.
Well, then you know to put oil in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. If it's not leaking oil, there's something wrong.
Let's see. Oh God, I think it was my sister who ran out of oil. She thought that you took it for an oil change and then you were good. You don't have to check it. So yeah, she kind of tore up her engine a little bit.
Oh man. Yeah,
I'd
probably say more than a little bit.
Yeah, it was expensive for her.
I can imagine.
But she couldn't understand why. She's like, why? And I'm like, periodically when you get gas, you need to check your oil.
Yeah, you should check your oil once a month minimum. I check it anytime I'm about to go further than just down the road. I'm actually going to drive it. I check the oil and everything because you never know. It could have sprung a leak and leaked all out.
What is it, 3,000 miles or 6 months or something like that?
Well, that depends. So, chat, listen up. 3,000 to 4,000 miles is when you want to change your engine. But if you're running synthetic oil, you can go 10,000 miles without changing your oil.
Right. Synthetic is different.
But like the Corvette, you can't run synthetic in it. That engine was never designed for that kind of oil. It's too thin. So it'll leak out of it'll seem like it's got oil leaks, but it's just it's too thin for it.
Yeah, that oil's for like newer cars.
Yeah. And I mean you can put it in there, but it's actually better. I used to not buy synthetic. I was like, oh, like it's just more expensive. I'm a tightwad, okay? I'm very cheap. I don't like to spend money, okay?
Right?
I like to save it, right? And I would never buy it. And the first time I rebuilt an engine, it was regular standard oil, and it was very dirty. And most of the engines that I had rebuilt were regular oil. And then I rebuilt an engine that ran on synthetic, and I was like, oh, I see why now. Like it was so clean, so clean. Highly recommend synthetic oil for sure. How do we get on the car thing? I think we were talking about cars being an investment.
Yeah.
We jumped down a rabbit hole for sure. All right. Back to financial freedom, right? Financial freedom. Do you think that
right?
Do you think that crypto is going to provide all these people financial freedom? Do you think that people can just put $100 in something and forget about it?
Certain cryptos will at the end.
You think so? So you think you could put $100 into something and forget about it for, let's say, 2030? You think you could get rich that way?
How many people put $100 in Bitcoin?
That's a little bit different, though. Things are different now.
But it's yes and no.
I think that's where the hopium of XRP comes from. People, they need it to happen. They need the hope of something to hold on to, that there's a possibility I could be rich. I've only got $100 in there, $1,000 in there, and if I hold it long enough, I will get lucky and I will be rich. And I think that's why.
You know what?
Go ahead.
If they got lucky when it dipped that first time, what did it go down to? $1.66.
Mm-hmm. $1.61.
If they put the $100 in there, they're not worried right now.
Yeah, but $100. What was the return on that? A few $100. That's not like 1,000x. It's not like it turned into $10,000.
Well, no, but a lot of times when you chase like 1,000, 2,000, 5,000x, you end up holding the bag.
Yeah, that's what happened to me with Shiba. Now I'll never do that. That's why I cashed out of XRP in January 29th. Cashed out. And I've been waiting to buy ever since, because I'm like, I want to see things start to turn around. Confirmation. I'm already in the green. So I'm like, okay, like if I don't catch the very bottom, I'm okay with that. But I want to know, and I want to feel like, okay, things are going to get better. Things are turning around. You know what I mean? Because there's no sense of buying it now and holding it to the bottom. Yeah, I would have made some, but I have a lot to lose. Like if I bought right now and the bull run was over and it ran down to 75 cents, I have to go back to work. You know what I mean? So I have to be careful.
Like Peppy, I think it was Peppy. I used to wait for it to be at like 5 something.
Yeah.
0005, whatever. And then I would dump it when it would hit 7 or 8, and then I'd wait for it to hit 5 again.
Yeah.
And then just keep doing the same thing, because yeah, you can sit there and you can hope that it's gonna hit a penny, but realistically, it's just those little small gains that will get you just a little bit more.
Well, you know what I've noticed about XRP?
If you wait,
this is why I follow XRP, is it's pretty much consolidating along $2, right? So pretty much any time it falls below $2, I buy it and I wait for it to run up to $2. I take profits at $2. And then once it hits around like 250 to 260, I take and I exit and I wait to get back in sub $2. And I've done that a few times along here, made really good money. I mean, that's what paid for everything you're seeing right now, this whole studio. Like Francheska, when I first started, I did the live on this tablet right here. My camera was pointed at this tablet, and I would read the charts. And like now you can see in the reflection, I have like a whole studio set up here. It's magnificent. And it was all paid for by trading XRP. So by no means am I saying that there's not money to be made with XRP. But I believe that the $2 zone is a magnet, and it's going to want to dip below $2 and then swing back up. I think it's pretty much trading between like 180 and 140 consistently. But at the same time, it's really trading between 150 and 250. So that's kind of like where it's at. And so I'm like, okay, if I can get it, somewhere in between there on the top, and, buy the bottom, sell the top, buy the bottom, sell the top. And if it keeps staying above $2 like that and just is building a nice floor at $2, I'm loving it, because it's like printing money. but is it going to 11D? I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, but you don't like what would be a 1000x on $2? Is that $2,000?
Yeah. Do you really think it'll
Well,
do
what
1000x?
I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm looking more at like $3 and we hang out at $3 for a while. And then we move up to $5.
I hope. I mean, if it goes $5,
You know,
great. But um, what if there's no
I,
alt season?
I brought that up the other day, and what if alt season already happened October, November, December last year?
Right.
I mean, I know it only lasts like a month, but what if it happened during that time period?
I feel like alt
And
season
then what?
started in July of last year.
Okay.
Like that was like the beginning of the first, and then I'm calling this the simul cycle, and this is why I said to go back and watch the show from yesterday because I cover this in more in-depth detail. You need to listen to it. Chat. You need to listen to yesterday's live. Okay,
Is that the portion where there was this other guy up there with you?
Yeah, but it went for
Okay.
like a long time. We went into very in-depth detail about alt season and what's happening. But the main thing is alt. You understand how alt season works, right? Like once Bitcoin loses dominance, the money from Bitcoin
Right.
flows into the altcoins, and then from the altcoins it flows into the meme coins, right?
Right. And they go up.
This is what I've noticed, okay? Notice everything is trading with Bitcoin, and notice everything ran up from November through January. Everything. Some didn't, obviously, but the ones that did, they got their run. And I'm calling this the simul cycle or the unicycle, right? Where everything
Okay.
is pumping together with Bitcoin. And I think that comes from because everybody knows how the cycle works. Everybody knows how, the whole deal, right? Or those who have been trading and have been in multiple cycles, we all know how it works. And I believe that a lot of people were like, why would I buy Bitcoin when I could get into an altcoin early? And when Bitcoin loses dominance, I'll be in at the bottom, and then I'll make a lot of money and a lot more money, right? And then there were the people.
Right.
Then there were the people that were like, "Why would I get into altcoins when I can get into meme coins early?" And
those people in the meme coins were holding the bag.
yeah, and so here's the thing: is meme coins really kind of took off first, and it's almost like we're operating in reverse with this cycle. Like we had the meme coins first, and then altcoins and Bitcoin all moved at the same time, right? And the issue is when things moved, it didn't go as crazy as everyone expected, right? Things should have moved much higher than they have in the past, but the issue is there's more projects than have ever existed in crypto.
Right. Somebody told me there used to only be like 5,000 projects.
Right. So now the liquidity is more spread out. And that means that there's less liquidity being pumped into the projects. That's why I'm like top 10 ISO. If you're going to do altcoins, top 10. That's it. Because I think everything below it will run, but not as hard. I do really like Algorand. I think Algorand is going to get its big move the next cycle. Probably not this cycle. It'll get something if we get an alt season. It's obviously, but I think the top 5, top 10 are going to be the big movers because everyone's going to funnel into those, and those are going to move quickly. And then everyone's going to shift.
Cosmic's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, and people are going to shift out of those other projects into the other ones, FOMOing into it. Like, why isn't my coin moving? You know what I mean? And that's because the liquidity is more spread out. And it's not just spread out in altcoins. It's spread out in Bitcoin, altcoins, and meme coins right now. And there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of projects. So that's an issue.
But you know, you have more and more people entering the space, but unfortunately, there's just so much to pick from.
But that's
So
another
I
thing.
think a lot of people,
We only went up like 1 or 2% more people
mhm.
than we've had in the past. And yeah,
And I
people.
think today we had a 6% dip.
Yeah, but
0.06%.
yeah, and I get that. Like things are up and down, you know. But
Mhm.
the issue is that some are going to run harder than others, and then those ones that do run harder than others aren't going to run as hard as they could because of all the other people that are holding other projects. That's what I'm saying. So it's not going to be as crazy as everyone thinks it's going to be, in my opinion. You know, there's that
Right.
possibility. And that's if we get an altcoin season. Altcoin season happens because Bitcoin loses dominance and starts to fall and crash, and all that liquidity moves from Bitcoin into the altcoins. But major institutions are creating Bitcoin reserves. Companies are creating Bitcoin reserves. Governments are creating Bitcoin reserves. Not just our government, all across the entire world are creating these reserves. And individual states are creating these reserves. So they're going to be holding massive amounts of Bitcoin and holding it in escrows that are meant to not be sold, which is going to drive the price up, and it could likely not lose its dominance. That's a problem, because if that's the case, then everyone's going to buy and hold Bitcoin and the money won't flow. That's why everyone's saying no alt season. What do you think?
I think that BTC, uh, see, now I was starting to think about like Tether and everybody passing all this legislation. If Tether implodes, it will dump Bitcoin.
Oh yeah,
Do you agree?
100%. We all know
So if,
Tether's been doing some shady shit. I
right,
think for every $100 in Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1. Do you know about this? It's speculative. It's
yeah,
not been proven yet, but I think that's why they're pushing the stablecoin bill, is because they
right,
want to regulate stablecoins, because stablecoins are being printed in out of thin air in China, Tethercoin, and being pumped into
right.
Bitcoin. That's what's inflating the price, keeping it from falling.
So if it did implode, what would you think the price would be at the end?
10K,
Are we,
25K.
we're going back to early 2020?
Yep. Because this is what'll happen is it will lose that percentage of whatever Tether is, right? And that's like what, 90% of Bitcoin?
Right.
And then when it starts falling, all those stop losses start hitting and people start panic selling. So, and I'm looking at, that's why I'm saying you gotta watch the live from yesterday, because I go into this in way more detail.
Right.
But that's why I think we could potentially have a mega cycle.
But also, what is it? ETH and Bitcoin, their options expired yesterday, day before,
And look at what I did. It didn't do much.
right?
I'm sure a lot of those renewed. Kodak says, tell Oz to lose the magnet. Nope. The magnet stays
What magnet?
on the chart right here. I got this magnet
Oh,
over here
okay.
because it's running back up. $2 is a magnet. That's what I was saying here. What I should do, put the magnet like this. There. There's the magnet. That's probably more correct. It wants to, every time it pumps up, it wants to come back to $2. Every time it drops below $2, it wants to come back to $2. All right.
So are you trying to use the magnet to pull it in the direction you want it?
Well, not that I'm trying to pull in the direction I want it. I think that the magnet indicates the direction that XRP wants to move. And I think right now it wants to move down. And it's pumping because of the whole XRP case thing, okay?
Right.
But I think that it hits about 220, 222. Maybe it goes a little higher. Maybe it goes to 225, okay? And then back down. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the XRP thing. So did you hear the news today about XRP?
Is it about the wormhole?
No, Ripple
Or
to,
is it about the case?
yeah, the
There
case.
it is.
So breaking news. Ripple to drop cross appeal against SEC ending XRP lawsuit. This is why XRP is pumping. Because everyone reads ending the lawsuit. That they dropped the appeal. They're reading it wrong. Okay?
Which a lot of people no longer read the article. They get caught in the headline and they don't read the article.
And it's misleading. So they're like, oh, the case is dropped. It's over. Finally, we're gonna go to the moon now, right? But
and their post to their buddies is that picture of just that. None of the article.
Exactly. So let's read the article. Ripple Labs is stepping back from its legal counter offense against the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So it's counter offense. So basically, Ripple was suing the SEC in an appeal saying that the SEC did something wrong and that the judge did something wrong. An appeal is when you've gotten a judgment from the judge. Now what I'm doing is I'm suing the judge saying that the judge didn't follow proper procedure and I got a bad judgment. And I think that's part of why Annalisa Torres is being the way she is right now, because judges don't like when you appeal them, because that's basically you're stating that they did something wrong, right? So that's why she didn't budge on anything. She's like, no, what I said stands. And the fact of the matter is Ripple broke the law. Okay? And the fact of the matter is that Ripple cannot sell to any institution so long as the injunction is in place, and the judge said the injunction stays indefinitely. Okay, which means institutions will never be able to buy it. Some people are saying, oh, well, the SEC can file for approval with the SEC and then it can happen. No, with the injunction, it cannot. It would be criminal. So what's happened is Ripple is dropped their side of the appeal, which means that Ripple was appealing saying that, hey, we want to get our $125 million fine reduced to $50 million and the injunction removed. We've come to an agreement with the SEC, right? But the judge is like, no, you broke the law. You're not allowed to just change the law with the SEC. The SEC is not a legislative branch. It does not write the laws. It has to enforce the laws. And then the judge rules whether or not those laws are credible or not. So what has happened is Ripple is basically saying, okay, the appeal is not going anywhere. We're not going to win, so we're going to drop the case, which is in their best interest because they can put out this kind of hopium and make it seem that the case is lost. And just in the nick of time, right at the end of the month when things were dipping and probably going to dip hard, they get to pump the price right before they offload a whole bunch of XRP. And you know about the Ripple escrow, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the escrow, they changed the rules of their escrow. Now they can basically do whatever they want. And they can change the rules of the escrow anytime they want. And what they've been doing is they've been offloading massive amounts of extra XRP. So it used to be that a billion XRP would come out and 750 billion, a million of that billion would go back into the escrow. Well, now they're unlocking like 250 billion and putting it all into private wallets. And they're leaking out the supply gradually throughout the month, right? But they're stacking up massive amounts of XRP in these private wallets. And I believe that when all the hopium is settled, they're going to rug it. Okay? Because I think that because RLUSD is being used, XRP probably won't have much value. It'll be a liquidity pool and it'll serve gas fees, but it won't be this end all be all world currency thing that everybody wants it to be. I just don't see that. If that was the case, we would be writing legislation right now that's based off of whether or not these are securities and commodities, whether or not institutions can buy, sell, trade them, instead they're focusing on stable coins because I think all of that speculation is irrelevant because of the direction they're moving. It seems like they're moving towards CBDC, and stable coins are the new CBDC, right? I'm sure you've heard me say this before, right? Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I know I'm ranting, but here's the thing.
You're fine.
So they've dropped the appeal, which is this great headline that they get to put out now to pump the price just before the escrow comes in where they can release a bunch more coins. And that drives the price up. Ripple has everything to gain by keeping the price up. And let's read what Brad Garlinghouse says right here. It says, Ripple to drop SEC cross appeal soon. And it's not even dropped. It says soon. It's still not even dropped. This is what's crazy to me. And then it says, Garlinghouse made an announcement on X stating Ripple is dropping our cross appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal, which they probably will. But they're going to release it as two different opium releases, right? So we're going to get a pump because of this dropping, and then it'll come back down. And then once it comes back down, then the SEC will drop it and it'll pump it back up, right? But people don't understand that this is not good. This is actually bad. It could potentially be good for XRP. Maybe they go through a whole new appeals process with a different judge and everything, but that could take 2 years for that to settle, right?
Right.
And I think that that's probably the direction they're going, but people think that it's happening now. So Brad says, Ripple is dropping our cross appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal. As they previously said, we're closing this chapter once and for all and focusing on what's most important, building the internet value lock-in. But it's only going to be retail. Institutions will never buy this, which means if institutions never buy it, then where does this
forcing those institutions to the exchanges?
maybe that seems pretty speculative, but from what we fact checked with the law here just earlier in the live, I think it was right before you got in,
Right?
is that if institutions try to buy it through the exchange, it's illegal and they break the law and they would be criminally charged.
Okay.
So, what do you think?
I think XRP is going to pump when it's going to pump. I think there's a huge drawn out chessboard. It's moves and counter moves. You know, because most of the time when there's news about it and it's positive news, the charts don't move at all. Do you notice that as well?
Yeah, it's becoming less and less every time there's good news.
I mean, the first time there was news that this was over, yeah, they pumped. But
Right.
now I think people are just tired.
Mm-hmm. But I think at the same time, here's the thing is everyone that's on the XRP train, they don't care. They will find the narrative that fits their hopium because they need it to be true. Because they bought it $3. They've been holding all this time. They've lost so much money. It has to be true. And so just like with the moon cycle trading, doesn't make it real, but if enough people believe it to be real, then it becomes real, right? Now, people will be holding this coin if we go into alt season. They'll be holding this coin, waiting for $10,000, waiting for $100, waiting for crazy numbers that will never come because institutions can't buy it.
Well, you know, you had people probably in January that bought it for what, $3, was it?
Yeah.
And if they're still holding on to that bag, they're freaking out.
Exactly. So
because somebody
has
on
to happen.
TikTok told them it was going to 10K.
Exactly. So it has to happen. It has to work out for them. It's their last hope, and it's that hopium that they're holding on to. And because of that, I believe it does pump. But I don't think it sees massive numbers. I think it sees $5 to $8 if we get an alt season at all.
So what do you think about putting your tokens, like staking them?
Oh, I think staking
Do you stake
is...
any of yours?
Right now, no, because I live in California and they outlawed staking in California. It's supposed to be coming back. Yeah. So I used to be staked in Ethereum and they took all that away. But I think that's supposed to be coming back and they're going to allow staking. And I believe that those coins have the potential to do massive. And that's why I'm liking Polygon, because it seems to be a bit of a sleeping giant where you can stake. That's why I'm also looking at Solana, because I believe you can stake Solana as well.
Very true. Yes.
But as of right now, I don't think you can stake XRP. So unless that comes along,
I think you can.
I'm not sure, because I can't stake anything right now.
Is Whale still in here? He knows what exchange it was.
Chill well. Can you stake XRP? And on what exchange? We can also ask Jesse. Jesse, can you see if we get a fact check on if you can stake XRP and what exchange that is that you can stake it on, if it is true? As far as I know, it's been talked and rumored, but never actually confirmed or come to fruition. Let me know when you're ready, Jesse, and I'll mic you.
I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn he did a video about staking XRP.
Jesse will fact check it for it. That's why we have her. Oh, I wasn't supposed to delete that. Mega Crypto wants me to save all this information and make a website and do like a fact-checking website. So I'm trying to remember not to lose
It's
all
not
this
a bad
stuff.
idea.
Yeah. He had a great idea. It's more workload for me, obviously, but I think it'd be a good resource for the community. And I think he's right. I think he's right that we should be. I'm thinking probably Discord is where I'm going to do it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the articles, post it, and have one of the journalists write a little subsection at the bottom of what it was reviewed that we found in it, a more summarized version of it, of this is what is true, this is what is not, and this is what you need to know from this, because if you just read the headline, it'll be misleading. And that's why I really wasn't posting everything, because I didn't want to just post news that would mislead people. You know what I mean? So, because like that's my biggest fear is misleading people, and then people are going to hold me to it and then be like, you posted this and I did this, and I'm like, well, you were supposed to read it, you know. So I'm trying to be very careful not to put anything out there, but I think it's important that I show both sides of the news, you know, so that people can decide for themselves. But with that is going to take some journalism on top of it. So it's going to have to be the article. And before you read the article, it has to be our article of this is what we took from this.
Right. Almost like a summary or key points.
More than a summary, more of like a fact checking. So what I want to do is, and this was his
like
idea.
Real fact checking or like Facebook?
Okay, Revolution has a fact check for us. She says you can't directly stake XRP on the XRP ledger due to the consensus mechanism.
Okay. Should put barricades.
Big Baller says they just started to put barricades up in front of the White House and Treasury Department. I think they did that. They've been doing that for like a week now. They may have just finished it. Maybe unrest? Civil unrest. I mean, God knows we've already seen that.
And the Treasury Department.
You know, in summertime, people tend to protest more. In the wintertime, it kind of dies down. And so that's probably what it could be due to. Or maybe they're preparing to do something that we don't know about, and they're being prepared for civil unrest because of it. Who knows?
Okay.
The fog of war.
Yeah, I don't know if you had it as where are you in LA, or are you more like
I'm near
north? Okay. So did you see all the demonstrations that happened recently?
Oh yeah, I was actually going to go out there and report, and I decided not to because I didn't feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, so I took everyone around Chicago, and I was a little worried at first because I'm like, oh, what if they're protesting downtown? But they weren't. There was nobody around, so it kind of was hot and then cold.
I think most places were peaceful protests, and some places turned into riots, and riots is clickbait, you know, so it got more coverage. But I think overall the majority was peaceful protests, and I think that's been the case since 2020's protests and riots. I call them protest and riots because there was both. There was definitely both. But we also saw in LA, I think that the police were instigating a lot of it. We saw where the police were lighting their own cars on fire, and they were shooting smoke or tear gas into peaceful crowds. But you never know. All it takes is one person to throw a water bottle, and then it's an unlawful assembly. And they were looking at any reason to turn it into a riot. And that's why it's very
I don't know.
important.
There was some people out there busting up curbs.
Oh yeah, they were breaking them up to have rocks to throw at the cops. There was definitely
Right.
some riots happening. But like if you look back in history, like Dr. King did it right. You know, they locked arms and they marched peacefully and they didn't give in to it. They didn't they did it the right way. But I think nowadays what they've realized is like the deep state, those in control and are manipulating everything that's going on. I think that they're paying people or placing agents to cause disruption so that they can deem it an unlawful assembly and point the finger at the people and see, look at you're the bad ones. What do you think?
Yeah, that could be. I will say that a lot of the protests, they seem very organized. Like in some places, they all have the same color tent. They're all, it's a bunch of college kids, but I don't know. It just seems like somebody else is pulling the strings.
I will say this. I think that the left is more organized. But at the same time, I think that the deep state is more organized and they know what to do. Like, remember in 2020 when people were protesting and there would just be like a random pallet of bricks just sitting right there and they'd find like random cans of gas just left out and like fireworks and stuff that were just being left there?
It was Tina Forte who was pointing that out on video.
I think that was all planned. They're like, this is how we're going to deem it an unlawful, gathering.
Demonstration.
Yeah, exactly. And to shut the people up, I mean, it's a great concept. It worked. Why wouldn't the FBI or the CIA or whatever do something like that? And also think about this. I think that when the left goes out and protests, there are right-wing people that dress up like Antifa and get things going. And I think when the right go out and protest, there are left people that put on MAGA hats and go out there and rabble, and cause trouble.
Right.
On purpose. And, I've been saying this before, and I think someone said paid actors. I think you're right. I think they're either agents or actors.
Yes.
Different people that are working for certain interests, and they go out there and their job is to stir up trouble, And it's that's the problem. It's a way of shutting the people up, If we can't protest, then if we have the right to peaceably assemble, but they can deem it unpeaceful, they can shut it down. They can silence the people.
Oh, instantly.
And that's
totally.
the problem. And this is something I've said before on here. I don't know if you've heard me say it or not, but like when the people are fed up with the king, right? They grab their torches and they grab their pitchforks and they march on the castle. And as soon as they get to the castle, they yell, rabble, rabble, rabble. The king comes out and says, the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks. And then the people fight each other. And that's what we're seeing. And it's bifurcation. It's a way to split us up. And it's actually in the Communist Manifesto or the Communist Playbook is one way to control the people is to introduce identity politics. Something that
divide.
Divide and conquer. So like things that we would normally not argue about, they put them out there and make them a big deal so that we start fighting about that instead of what really matters. And I think the
Correct.
majority of people don't really care, but there are those, fringe minority that get in the crowd and screw it up for everybody.
Oh, I agree.
It's a problem. It's a big problem.
It's a big problem. But you know what? It doesn't help when you have politicians out there fanning the flames either.
Oh, of course. I think the they're doing it on purpose. They're fanning the flames on purpose against both sides.
Right.
Because it's a war. It's civil war. It's just different. There's no Mason-Dixon line. You know what I mean? But
No,
it's basically civil war. I mean, look at California. The governor of California and Trump are basically fighting against each other, and California is threatening to not pay for federal aid because California pays like 80% of the federal subsidization for the rest of the country, right? And then so Trump is saying, well, then we're not going to give you protection under the federal government, so we're going to build the Golden Dome, and you're not going to be covered. And it's like that's how civil war starts. Revolution says we are a donor
that dome
state.
like $11,000 trillion or something like that?
Yeah, California pays the majority of all the revenue that the federal government gives out to the rest of the country. The federal government needs California, but you're not going to see civil war fought like. Oh, go ahead.
What is it? It's California, Texas, and Alaska that are the top three in the U.S.
I don't think maybe Alaska because the
for
oil.
like GDP.
I think I know it probably California and Texas. I'm not quite sure. Jesse, can you fact check that for us? What are the top states that contribute?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, most of the states, Florida is what Big Baller says. Yeah, what are the top
could
four?
Be Florida too.
Yeah. But California produces most of the food for the entire country. All these farms back east, they grow feed for the cattle. They don't actually grow the food that we eat. They grow the feed, the corn that we make,
Correct.
We make sugar from it, high fructose corn syrup, and they grow corn to feed the cattle. So Revolution says California,
and
Texas, and New York.
The corn in California, Texas, and New York.
And Florida. Those are the top four.
Those are the top four.
Yeah, but I believe California is the biggest. California pays the most. I believe it's like 80% comes from California. California is like the largest economy, is like, what is it, the fourth largest economy in the world? That's crazy. Like California produces more revenue than most countries. So like the U.S. needs California.
It's got to be between California and Texas. If I remember correctly, I think Texas edges out California by just a small margin.
Jesse, can you fact check that? But back to the Civil War thing. Okay, Jesse's ready to be mic'd. Go ahead, Jesse.
As far as GDP goes, California is at 4.1 trillion. Texas follows with 2.7 trillion. New York 2.3. So we have a pretty good lead on everybody else.
It's like double what everybody else is. So Texas and New York together do what Cali does. That's crazy. Thank you, Jesse. So that's massive. But here's the thing is that civil war isn't going to look like, what we've seen in the past. But it is happening. What we're seeing is think about this. A district judge in California had the power to shut Trump down. The commander in chief of the armed forces had the power to shut down the president temporarily. So that's one person in 177 judges, I believe. So that's a 1 in 177 chance that there can be somebody that just doesn't align with Trump and they can throw a wrench in the gears, right? So let's just say, okay, that there's an actual problem, like obviously what was going on in California was a problem. Did California and the federal government go about it the right way? I don't think so. But what happened, right? And so if there is one judge that can cause a problem and shut down the federal government's authority, even if it's just temporarily, okay, that causes a big problem, because you have to understand that if you go to, let's say there's a National Guardsman, right? And he's under the authority of the governor of California, and the governor of California says, stand here at this post, do not move under any circumstances. Those are your orders, right? And then Donald Trump shows up with his motorcade and he goes out and he says, hey, listen, you, what's your name? And he's like, oh, my name's Sergeant whatever. He's like, I want you to go pack up your stuff and get back to your barracks now. Right? What does he do? Right? People are not robots. You know what I mean? And there will be those that follow the orders of the president, and there will be those that follow the order of the government or the governor.
Right.
And that's where that bifurcation comes. That's where that push and that pull comes from, because people are not just rigid robots, you know?
Yep. Even though some people believe that some people are NPCs.
Yeah.
That they're not real.
I firmly believe that. I think I'm the main character. Pretty sure.
Getting back into the rabbit hole.
Yeah. I'm convinced that we live in a simulation. 100% convinced. Because there's been too many times in my life where things just shouldn't have happened a certain way, but it just did. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, right. I'm driving, I'm like 19 years old, and I'm driving in my truck, and my girlfriend and I were off on some random road out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like this windy road. And I drive on this road a lot. And you never see anybody on this road. It is just miles and miles of nothing. And there's other ways that you can drive and take that are more direct. Uh-huh. So nobody ever drives it because it's very windy, it's very dangerous, whatever. But I would take it because I like to drive, you know, and I go through it, right? And It's raining, pouring rain like crazy. And my truck skidded off the road and landed in a ditch. And I was literally, both my bumpers were sitting on the ground, and all four of my wheels were completely off the ground.
Right.
And we're out in the middle of nowhere. Mind you, this was a long time ago. Like, I had a cell phone, but where we were, there's no cell phone coverage out there.
But it was a brick.
Yeah. Yeah. It was actually one of those little flip phones. It was like a Razor phone. And so we're out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, off on some random road that nobody's ever going to take. Why would they? There's no reason. Okay.
Right.
And I call this in the simulation the loading screen. Right? So we're in the loading screen. And we get stuck, and I get out of the car or the truck, and I look down, and I'm like, oh, this is bad. And I don't know how we're going to get out of it. And not 2 minutes later, like instantly, the next car that comes driving down the road is a tow truck and pulls us out for free. I
No
had no
way.
money. No. Yeah, like what are the
No
odds?
way.
What are the odds?
That's random.
Yeah. Like
I thought you were going to tell me somebody was walking or something.
No. Like, and that kind of stuff happens to me all the time. I wouldn't, Alexandria says lucky. I wouldn't say lucky. It happens all the time to me.
It's a little lucky. It's a little lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it would be luck if it just happened that one time. But literally every time there's a situation similar to that, that's my luck. Right?
Well,
I
then
mean,
you got good luck.
maybe I don't believe in the luck. I believe that I'm the main character.
The
Right.
rest of us would still be on the side of the road.
Yeah, I believe that I'm playing the game on cheat codes. I really do. I've got some kind of cheat code enabled or something. Something's different. Because like,
Well, would you share the game genie with the rest of us?
I don't know how it works. I think the player just put in the right line of code. You know? Up, down, left, right, A, B, start. That's it, right? That's the code. You got to put that in. But I mean, and that's just like one thing. And it's not just luck. This is what I'm saying is like, Francheska, I had a couple years ago, okay, I had money, but it was all invested, right? So I had no money, right? So I didn't have anything to spend. I was very tight, and I told you this before. Like, I don't spend money unless it makes money, okay? And I didn't really have much of anything. I was living really tight.
Well, you were 19.
Well, no,
Who
this
at
was
19 does?
This was like year before last. I was stacking up because I knew
okay.
I knew the bull run was coming, right? So I was just filling my bags like crazy, right? And I wasn't spending any money. And I seen a guy with a Corvette, just like the one I have, same color, same year, same everything. And I walk up to him and I say, oh, that's a really nice Corvette. I've always wanted one, blah, 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 right? And I'm talking to him, and I literally manifested my Corvette. I told him, I looked him in the eye, and I said, hey, I have one of these. Now, I didn't have one at the time, but I was actually trying to get one, but there was like every odds stacked against me to actually getting it. And that's the one that I have now. And I just like said it. I was like, I have one of these. And I literally got my Corvette like 2 weeks later. Wow. That kind of shit happens to me. That's just been my life.
That's like that manifestation.
Yes, exactly.
What did they say? Shape it in your mind, hold it in your hand.
Right. And that's why I was saying, like, if you know what you want in life, right, and you have an end goal determination of what it is you're going to do, and you take that first step towards it, every other step after it will follow in that direction subconsciously. You will just end up where you want to be if you're doing it right, if you're like locked in. And like, that's where I'm at. Like, everything, like even this show, Francheska, I tried to do social media since 2020. I've been trying to do this, and I gave up on it so many times. I had my studio completely robbed and like lost everything. And I gave up and I said, I'm never doing it again. And then I went live one time on Mega's show as a guest. And now here we are. That was a couple months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I didn't even have the building I'm sitting in didn't exist. Like it just
So I didn't
happened.
know you had a show until you had the studio.
Yeah.
That's weird.
It literally started. I just pointed my phone at my tablet. That's how it started.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what though? That's how you have to start. You have to start small and slowly grow.
Yeah,
And
but that
then
was
see that the business or company is going to go somewhere, and then you're investing more into it.
yeah. But that was literally like 3 months ago. And now I'm sitting in a studio.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like it just happened.
Turning on and off people's mics, right?
Right?
They don't have to walk over to the iPad.
Mother Dragon says, I remember old Oz. Yeah, way back in the day.
Yeah, she watches a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, she's awesome. I met her on Mega Crypto's show.
I met her through Le Prof.
I don't
If you
know
know
who
who
that
Le
is.
Prof is.
No.
Oh, I'll send you her profile. Check her out. She's pretty good. She also goes by Chart Striker.
Okay.
She does a little TA, and
I'm so new to the
she
space.
she usually does like a green screen.
Okay. Yeah,
But,
I'm really new. I hardly know any of the creators. I downloaded TikTok like a month before I started the show.
oh wow.
Or no, wait. I had a TikTok from prior and I got back on it because I was trying to do social media before and I was like go into my thing and look at my early videos, the content creation I was making, and I gave up on it. I said I'm not doing this anymore. And
Why did you give up?
Because I was like I'm putting in so much work and so much effort and I'm not making any money doing it and I'm not getting anything in return. So I was like, and look at my content. It was good. It was good stuff, right? And I was like, this is grade A prime content. And I'm not getting anything for it. I was like, maybe this is the one goal I set for myself that I don't achieve, and I'm okay with that. Right? So I was like, that's fine. And
well, you know, and making content, like, you got to be so original.
Yeah.
Because there's so many XRP videos. There's so many people doing the news. There's so many people doing charts.
Yeah, what got me is I was able to make people money. I kept being right every day.
Well, there you go.
And then so what I did was I hooked people in with teaching them how to trade and make money, and then it just kind of morphed from TA into what it is now.
Well, you know, like Bullish and I had a Zoom call a couple months ago, 3 months ago. I don't know, a couple months ago we had a Zoom call because I was like, okay, I'm going to make content, da da da. And she walked me all the way through it. She's a great teacher. But with modding lives and real life and, you know, engagement and support of everybody, I'm like, when the hell do I have 3 hours to sit here and edit this?
Yeah. I think what changed for me is I retired in January. So I had all this extra time on my hands. See, before my content was me at work or me traveling for work. You'll see. Chat, go check out my older content. By the way, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, hashtag FYP, hashtag go viral, all that. but yeah, I had good content because, you know, I was an audio video engineer. So I was at all the biggest shows, recording and doing good content, you know. And on top
Right.
of that, I'm staying at like the nicest hotels and resorts and stuff. And so like I'm recording that, and it was good content. People watch that kind of stuff. It just never got any traction. And I was like, I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this? It's whatever, you know.
So like for me, it was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to go so much the content route. And if I do, I'm going to post like personal stuff, like the puppies video where I was going to get a puppy and and focusing more on networking the newbies to the right people. What do you want to do? Okay, I'm going to send you to this person. Or I've got these 5 people for XRP. Who do you want? Here's all 5 of them. Figure out who matches your vibe.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
Go ahead.
it's been good because I'm still able to be in all the lives. I'm still able to, meet other people. I believe Webb sent me 2 people this week. And it's like, hey, like let me figure out your content and then yeah, I'll pump you out, but it's just become more of a networking thing for me versus making content.
Yeah, for sure. I noticed once I started not being selfish about my content and I was more about uplifting other creators that
Right.
I started to take off more. And I was like, you know, this is the way it should be. It's like as creators, we should be trying to help each other and not try to draw people away from other creators to ours because it's a whole community here. Everybody here in
So,
the live watches everybody else's live.
right. And like I make some comments on my lives. Like I worry about when we start talking about money and then we say not financial advice, but then we give financial advice.
Yeah,
Because a newbie is not going to go research that project. They're going to say, oh, you said XTX? Okay, I'm going to go buy that.
right. And that's why
So,
I created the show. The idea was to, um, you know, bring fact checking into the space because I saw a need
right?
that needed to be filled.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that you have a team. I was kind of blown away when you wrote me and you're like, I got a whole team. Flyers done. I'm like, holy, that was like, what, half an hour, 20 minutes?
Right? I'd say we're like the Joe Rogan show of the crypto space on TikTok.
I think you're
Obviously,
going to do very well.
yeah, we're not that big yet, but I see, you know, I like I said, I always see the end goal and the vision and then it manifests itself. So that's why, you know, I'll tell you what, I was going to be the guy with the phone pointed at the little tablet.
Uh-huh.
And what made me change and just dive right into it was, um, I think it was like early January or somewhere, and someone comes in, and we were about to dip hard, and I knew it was coming, and I was trying to warn people, and someone came into the chat and was like, just looking at this guy's monitor, I'm going to take out a huge long. And hopefully he didn't do that, but it made me realize I was like, I have to step this up and be professional if I'm going to be
Right?
able to help people. And so that's when I
And
said we're going to I restructured everything and created everything you see today.
and that's why I like the Wolf Pack. They teach stuff in there that they don't on TikTok. Uh, Bullish does her trading early in the morning. I usually miss it, but they teach people how to actually leverage trade, and they have a great live where newbies or team members, whoever, are able to come up and actually talk to them and ask them questions, which I just thought was amazing. That's why I have their link in my bio, and I try to support them as much as I can.
Yeah, explain more to me what the wolf pack thing is and who does all that, because I'm actually very interested. I've seen it. I know it's like a subscription, but I don't really know too much about it. Tell me about it.
So it's Maddie P, Cosmic Crypto, Bullish Babe, and I want to say his name's Dave Russo. He's the big pie guy. They're the core four. I know they have Fresh in there. And I want to say Forest Unfilters does some stuff with them, but
I know he's got
you
the
might want
wolf
to fact
logo.
check me.
Well,
Oh, he does?
he's got the
Then
wolf
yeah,
logo.
he's doing stuff. Or he's a member. Or both. Uh Maddie P does a lot of like the leverage trading where they'll find a coin and they'll leverage it, and I haven't actually been in that live, so I can't speak all the way on it, but I know they're doing well. I see the messages in the community board, and seems like he's really helping people to understand how to leverage trade.
All right. What else is
Cosmic
going on
has
there?
his Cosmic and Bullish and Dave, they all have their own lives. Bullish is doing more like TA in the morning, teaching people how to read the charts and how to invest, um, how to invest better based on the chart.
Okay, so it's basically like an education tool.
Right. It's basically them educating people, and then they have a community live.
Okay, so like, what happens if I sign up? Like, what resources do I have
Well,
access to?
if you sign up, I think the promo code live25 all caps is still valid. It'll give you 25% off. If I remember right, it's 25% off at $24.99. It gets you into everything. There's no like, oh, we're doing TA and that's an additional whatever. It's all covered in the initial membership cost.
Interesting. Yeah, I looked into it and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, but I don't really know what it is like, and I was like, oh,
Right?
but I'll tell you this, everyone that has a wolf on their name are just the nicest people ever and like the
Right.
coolest community ever. And I'm like, okay, this is cool. Like, and that's why I reached out to you, because I saw the wolf on your name. I was like, oh, I got to get this person on. They know something.
Right? Well, yeah. We actually all put the wolf on our name because Maddie's like, if you're in the wolf pack, put the wolf at the end of your name so people know you're in the wolf pack.
Yeah, it makes sense. Good branding, I'll tell you that, because that's how I
But
found you.
then
I
at the beginning, he made a really cool video, and I said, "Will you send that to me? Because I want to almost like affiliate, but I want to help you guys grow. So let me get that video so I can post it, so I can get it to more people."
That's awesome.
So he actually created like an affiliate one for everybody. So,
That's
and
pretty
I
cool.
haven't seen Maddie in a long time. I used to mod for him, and he got banned from TikTok, and then he was back, and then he's not back. So I think I'm going to have to jump into the wolf pack and find him when he's live and find out what's going on.
Yeah, if you have connection to any of them, let them know. Reach out to me, send me a DM. I'm looking for people to come on the show and love to talk about it more. And I think,
I
if people have good information, like, because I offer all those things as well, but I tell people,
right,
like, you should be absorbing as much information as possible. Like, I'm not always going to be right. You're not always going to be right. It's good to access every point of resource we can. I'm not going to not say, oh, don't sign up there, sign up with me. Like, if somebody is offering something that's good, everyone's going to be different. Everyone's going to have their own flair,
right.
and so there's no reason to gatekeep anything. It
Oh,
I,
absolutely
I
not.
I don't see it that way. People will choose where they want to go, and usually what works best for them is what they'll stick with. And I think that's because the whole main goal here is to help people. So if they can find
Yeah,
what works best for them, that's what they should stick with.
yeah. It's why I tell people, oh, what do you want to do? Like, what's your goals?
Right.
Okay, I think this person is the best person for you.
Big Baller says, bro, don't sell yourself short. You have been right down to the penny.
Excuse me.
I
Oh,
know, right?
Jesus.
Speaking of which,
But
we're coming to the end here and I got to do a little bit of TA. But is
oh
there
my
any
God,
final thoughts?
I didn't even notice what time it was.
I know the time flew by. We had so much fun. You'll come
It
back.
was kind of nice. We talked about crypto, but we talked about other stuff. It was very nice. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Everyone give Francheska a follow. Send in the likes for Francheska right now. She's an amazing person in the space as a creator, as an individual, as a crypto entrepreneur. Uh, just an incredible human being altogether. And I
Thank
consider
you.
her my friend. So thank you for coming on.
We
I
need to
appreciate it.
DM more.
Yeah, I know. I'm so busy. I am so
I
busy.
know. And, you're like, reach out to me. And I had to like dig for you this morning. I'm like, where the hell is he?
I know.
Because, you keep sharing and all that other stuff, and people fall. But you know what? I pinned you to the top, so you shouldn't
Oh,
move.
perfect. Oh, you can do that? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's going to help me
I
out.
pin like the people I talk to the most, I pin them so I don't have to drag all the way to the bottom.
Got you. Yeah, you're the one
Yeah.
that got me signed up with Eve, my agent. She's incredible, and I looked through a lot of different
They were
people.
here tonight.
Yeah, I know. Crypto TV with Trey's just popped in right now. Actually, what's up?
Oh, did he?
What's up,
Hey,
Trey?
Trey.
Would you miss everything? But I'll tell you what, you didn't miss anything because everything is recorded and uploaded to YouTube. So if you ever miss a live or you want to see the show, you can just find me at Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces, on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. All right, Francheska, thank you for coming on. I'm going to do a little bit of TA because I'm sure
Thanks,
everyone is
Oz.
dying to know where the market is going. I'll see you next time. We'll
Have
do
a
this
great
again.
rest of your night.
All right, good night. All right, everybody. Y'all ready for a little TA? Oh, 220 is coming. Let me show you what our options are here with XRP. This is what I'm seeing. All right. I think we do a golden arch right here. Let me refresh it. And this would be over the next 3 days or so. I think this is what we get. All right. Down to $2 again. But with the crazy people thinking that the case being dropped being something bullish, I think that there's a possibility we get this. And that would send it up to about 330, or excuse me, 230 or 235, 234. I'm leaning this direction actually because the moon cheese is real, man. The moon cheese is real. But there is still a possibility that it comes up, and then the end of the month, the first is right here, and that would send it down. And I'm leaning that way. I think most people in XRP know that there's a sell-off at the beginning of the month. They jump out, and then they get back in down at the bottom. So I think because of the case settlement thing, even though it's nonsense hopium, I think that keeps it from dropping past 190, and it hits like $2. Maybe it hits 190 and it goes further if some bad narrative comes out. We'll have to see. But I definitely see that more than likely it's going to hit $2 again. So either way, if it does that, that doesn't mean that it doesn't come back up and hit like 212, 215, and then come back down. It's still within structure. And I'll tell you this, what I've noticed, like, look at this, like head and shoulders here. It's like, it seems like the first shoulder on this side is always sharp, and then it's like long and drawn out on this side, and it slowly works its way down. So I'd say July 14th, somewhere around July 14th, maybe sooner, maybe July 8th. It really depends on the tariff thing. Okay. We're going to get a sell-off because of the beginning of the month. Everyone's going to know the Ripple escrow thing, right? That's common knowledge, but people don't know what we know about it, right? They don't know that they've changed it, but they know it exists. So they'll let it run up for the next day or so. It'll probably hit some maybe it goes a little bit further. Maybe it goes to 225. But more than likely it just stops at like 220, 222. I'm thinking more like 222. It would wick and it'll hit that resistance, and then a couple days will go by and it'll be the first, which will send it back down to $2. And then 4th of July, possibly people sell off for vacation, bringing it down to 190, probably bounce up a little bit again, and maybe bounce down from 197 to like 180, and that could be the bottom. Okay. But if tariffs, so that would be lined up with the tariff date. That would be Wednesday the 9th. We could potentially see 180, 190. And I think people will speculate that the tariffs are going to come into play. And if the tariffs go away, it shoots up and it breaks. And so this descending channel is a bullish trend, right? And that also lines up with the moon cycle. Okay, so a full moon on the 10th. So that could indicate that we could possibly get a tariff deal or some moon cheese deal that sends it bullish, and that would send it back up to 247. All right, so there is a potential that you're going to catch from 180 to 247 if that plays out. And it could potentially, if the tariffs do come and retaliatory tariffs, then I'm seeing the 160 price. All right, so the news is in the driver's seat. Okay. The charts are in the front seat navigating, right? But the one that's really driving the car is the news. And you and me, we're the kids in the back seat screaming and throwing French fries around. All right. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopium could send it up further, and then who knows? But I'll tell you what, we're smart, we're educated. We know that the end of the month is coming. We know that retaliatory tariffs are coming. And let me tell you this, big money investors that are the ones actually making the moves that are changing the price know these things as well. So I lean towards the downside right now. I think we pump shortly. They'll let it pump. And I bet you they do some kind of bull trap where this thing pumps up a little bit and then it comes down like this. Something like that. Like we've seen in the past. I'm leaning that direction. A nice confirmation of, oh, we're going to the moon, and then Big Baller says get back in at 4th of July. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that. I'm thinking after, though, because you know what? We'll go a little bit over because I want to cover this. Okay, this is important news. Trump cuts off U.S. trade talks with Canada, shattering optimism over tariff deals. Okay. This from Reuters. U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly cut off trade talks with Canada on Friday over its tax targeting U.S. technology firms, saying that it was a blatant attack and that he would set a new tariff rate on Canada goods within the next week. Okay? So I'm leaning towards the bad narrative here. Maybe they come up with something, but these countries are going to try to string this along as much as possible. It's going to take, in my opinion, Donald Trump wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And it's going to take more push from Donald Trump to get that to happen. So I'm leaning towards the bad case scenario. It just is logical. These countries are not going to actually make a deal until he puts that push out there first, because they've seen what he did with China. He had to do that with China. He doesn't have to do that with any other country. China kind of has leverage on us because they have the rare earth minerals that we need, and they're the only place we can get them from right now. So that is an issue. And I think that it's going to take that push. And what'll happen is it'll push, and then like a few days later, a few weeks later, it'll come back down. It'll be a pause. It'll be whatever it is, everything we've seen before. And then we don't need to cover that one. And then there's this. Trump shrugs off July tariff deadline. We can do whatever we want. President Donald Trump said he may not stick to an upcoming deadline when major U.S. tariffs are set to snap back into effect on a slew of countries. No, Trump said. The White House, when asked if that early July deadline is set in stone, and he said, we can do whatever we want. President Trump said Friday he may not stick to the deadline in early July when massive U.S. tariffs are set to snap back into effect a slew of countries. We can do whatever we want, Trump said. The White House, when asked, we could extend it. We could make it shorter. The question had specifically been about July 9th, the deadline for the U.S. and European Union to negotiate a trade deal or either trigger a 50% tariff on the EU imports to take effect. Now, the fact that he's just not even talking to Canada and Spain and France, I believe, are not in alignment with the EU, there is a possibility, and I think it's a higher probability that we see the 50% tariffs go into play. But maybe they'll just say, no. But I think what they'll do is they're going to call his bluff first. He'll do it, and then maybe potentially we get a deal signed. But that would definitely cause the markets to tank. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. The rest of the news is pretty mediocre. Let me see here. We covered the SEC. The House could vote on the landmark crypto legislation next month. Could is the thing here. But if there's any revisions that need to be made or whatever, that could not happen. Enlock, let me have Jesse pull that up for you. I know you asked earlier, so we'll go a little bit over for that one. What was the specific question, Enlock? Actually, why don't you come up as a guest real quick? Let's talk about it. We can go over a little bit. Let me see if I can find you. I'm going to send you an invite right now. Jesse, can you look into this and be ready?
Got it.
How's it going?
How's it going?
So
it's doing all right.
Explain to Jessie what it is she needs to fact check and look up for you. Here's the thing: is
done a little bit of.
Before you get started, let me
ahead.
tell you this, okay? She's not going to look up a specific article or whatever that fits your narrative. She's going to fact check this, okay? And find out what the truth is. So, Jesse, if you're ready, she may, who knows, she may have stepped out to get a drink or use the bathroom. So I don't know if she's listening because she's on the other side of the wall. Jesse, are you there? She may have left already because it's after 9 o'clock. Because the show technically ends at 9. And I do apologize. We just kind of ran over. Jesse, are you here? Let me text her and see if she left already.
Not a problem. And I could be, misinterpreting what I'm reading. But I had seen a couple people talk about it in some videos. And so I dove into it a little bit just to see if there was any facts or any truth to what was being said about the injunction necessarily being for Ripple could not sell to institutions directly. And so I said, oh, well, what, how can they sell to institutions if not directly? And it said they can either, one of two ways, they can either register XRP as a security, which obviously they don't want to do, and then register those sales with the SEC to institutions. And then it said, or there's an exemption in the SEC rule book 506B and 506C that says Ripple can, without registering as a security, can sell. I mean,
hold on a second. Let me stop you
Ripple
for a second. Can you get mic'd back up and do a fact check? Okay, so what exactly is it that you want to fact check?
Well, just that the SEC rule 506B,
so
506C.
SEC 506B and 506C.
Oh, the one
says that it's an exemption.
Technically, not incorrect.
Okay.
Technically, he's not incorrect, but also there's a few legalities of the injunction. Even going around it, yeah, they can still play to that audience and they can kind of find that loophole. But if they make any kind of wrong turn, jail. So it's
correct,
I get what he's saying, kind of like that. Okay, well, you can do it this way and advertise, but still, institutions still can't buy into it. So
right, and so that's the thing is we have separation of powers in this country, right? And we have checks and balances. And that is designed so that companies like Ripple cannot collude with the SEC, that there's accountability. And if that is the case, there is entities, FBI, and they could bring them up on charges, okay? So it's a fine line. Yes, potentially they could do that, but however, they would be breaking the law because the judicial branch has ruled that they cannot, and there is an injunction in place. So now we're moving from a civil lawsuit into federal criminal prosecution. If they did that, yes, technically they could, but the SEC chairman, people in the Trump administration that are pushing for this, and the people at Ripple could be looking at a criminal case if they did that. Of course they can do that. Of course they can break the law. But right now what we're dealing with is civil court, not criminal court. And let me tell you what, right now, you do not want to get into criminal charges with the Fed. They're like 98%. If the Fed brings up charges on you, you're going to prison.
Right. Yeah, and then in that exemption, and it was very clear that it had to be accredited investors at that point, which obviously institutions would be, but it wasn't just like they could do it for anybody with that exemption. It had to be accredited investors only.
Right. So I would say, yes, technically they could collude and break the law. But is that still a good thing? No. And would think of how bad it would be if a federal case was brought against Ripple. You think it's bad now? Like they would be shut down.
I've also heard, and it could be a positive thing. I mean, you know, not to have an injunction on you, but just that they can't, you know, sell off their 40 billion tokens as well, so that then now there's 100 billion in circulation.
They can't force them to do that. That's highly unlikely that would happen. And there's people that are speculating that, oh, the government's going to take control of that and put it in the reserve. No. There's people that are speculating that they're going to pay the fine in XRP. No. Sorry, that's just not the way things work.
So when they dropped their appeal, Ripple, are they just saying they're going to pay the full 150 or 125, whatever it is?
Yep.
When they did that,
and the injunction stays in place. So it's really actually bad news.
Sense.
But the headline reads bullish. You see, the headline says Ripple to drop a cross appeal against SEC ending XRP lawsuit. That's what people see is ending XRP lawsuit. They don't understand anything else. Okay. They just see, oh, the lawsuit with XRP's ended. Boom. It's all good. It's all gravy. And then there's people that are like, oh, okay, well, this is the actual truth. How can we spin the narrative to where it would work for us, for those who know better, right? And that's where that rule comes in that you're bringing up that is irrelevant because of an injunction. Dude, I'm telling you right now, an injunction is something you don't mess with. All right? It becomes criminal, exactly.
Oh, you're civil. You go against the judge.
makes sense. I guess it'll just be bullish in the terms that the case is will be officially over. I mean, I don't know how long it takes.
It's a moon.
SEC.
Here, let me spell it out for you. It's a moon cheese pump, right? You've seen the show. You get the moon cheese phrase, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a moon cheese pump, right? And what it'll do, we're coming to the end of the month. Ripple has everything to gain by keeping the price up, right? So if people think that it's over and they're cooked and it's not happening, it's not good for them, what do? It's all sparked from a tweet from Brad Garlinghouse where it says Ripple is dropping our case appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal. They previously said we're closing the chapter once and for all and focusing on what is important, building the internet of value lock-in. Okay? That's worded in a specific way that this is how I foresee it, is they release this information right before the end of the month, things pump up, and then Ripple gets to dump their XRP at a higher price, right? Conveniently timed. And then A month goes by, it runs down or it runs sideways, who knows, or whatever. And then right before the end of the month or some maybe right before or after tariffs, what happens? Boom. SEC comes out and says, we've dropped our appeal as well. Well, no duh, because there is no appeal. There is no case. There is no nothing. And then everybody FOMOs on that. Oh, they both sides dropped it. It's over. It's done. And then everybody thinks it's over and they think there's no injunction. Because most people, a lot of people, don't even know that there is an injunction or what that even means.
Right.
They just think, oh, the case is dropped. Institutions are going to buy it. And even ETFs, bro. Yeah, the ETF could get approved by the SEC, but can institutions buy it through the ETF? Nope. And if they do, criminal case, back in court. So, and I would imagine that ETFs do not get approved so long as that injunction is in place.
Right.
And
so let me ask your opinion.
Here's the thing is, the SEC can approve the ETF and not enforce the law, but then that could look like collusion. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fine line. You're inviting the FBI in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So staying on the XRP topic, and I know you're trying to get out of here.
Well, we can go over. I've been going over
think,
lately.
Why do you think SBI Bank in Japan holds it's like 9% of the total supply? Why do you think they have so much?
Moon cheese. And also, this is a world economy. Okay? So just because it's illegal in the US doesn't mean it's illegal everywhere else. That's just here. But here is a massive portion of, the supply of liquidity. But no, the US government doesn't police the world.
That's just a lot of tokens, even to have, like, if it was like a reserve or something like 9%, that's billions of dollars. It almost feels like it's for something bigger at some point.
Or they
I'm not a 10K guy or anything like that. It's just, when you look at stuff like that, you got to kind of wonder why.
Well, I think more or less it's they know, just like we know, that the moon cheese exists. Just because the narrative is bad doesn't mean that it won't pump. Look at what's happening today. Doesn't mean XRP is not going to moon with everything else. Let me tell you, these XRP maxis, it doesn't matter what you tell them. They're going to still buy it and hold it. And they will hold it all the way to the bottom, baby. Because they have to have the hope that it's going to do something. And that's what I think those banks are counting on. They're going to hold it, wait for it to run, and then they're going to sell.
So do you think XRP will be relevant in 10 years? Like, if it doesn't do anything like it's supposed to do, then it's essentially pointless at that point.
Well,
do you think it's a zero token?
Hear me out on this, bro. I think it will serve some sort of purpose, possibly. Or nothing at all, and it's just the biggest scam of all time. But since XRP came out, there is new technology that's hit the market that already operates better, faster, and doesn't have an injunction on it in the US. In 10 years, think of the technology that we'll have in crypto with AI.
10 years, everything might be running off of HBAR, honestly.
We don't know. It's all speculative. But as long as people believe in the moon cheese, it'll keep going. I mean, look at it move today. You got the most bearish news ever, and people took it as bullish because it's all retail. It's 100% retail. There's no institutions in it.
But you think that retail has that much money in it? I mean,
Yeah.
the market cap's 100 and
Think about it.
That's so much money for
There's billionaires.
for the amount.
Billionaires that are buying this stuff. And there's
that's a lot though.
and hundreds of millions of people with thousands of dollars in it, if not more, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
I've
it doesn't really take that much to get it to the market cap it's at. It's all retail. It legally is all retail.
Well, like you said, out of the U.S., institutions can buy it.
Yeah, and there probably are on certain exchanges or whatever. And maybe it does get used for something, you know, but is XRP going to be this end all be all one world currency thing? No. It'll do something.
Well,
because people have to believe in it. They hope.
Right. And you got to think too. I mean, and on a small scale, I've thought about like, Garlinghouse and Schwartz and Monica Long, all these people at Ripple, like they have huge bags of this themselves. That's their 90% of their net worth is XRP bags. So they have a little, self bias to do as much as possible for this coin as well.
Yeah. Why do you think Brad Garlinghouse comes out and says the case is over when it's not? Why do you think he comes out and says, oh, yeah, I could see it taking over 14% of Swift? It's in their best interest. I can't believe the people that come on here and they're like, oh, I love Brad Garlinghouse. I think he's for the people. No, he's not. He's about his business. He's about Ripple. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about you. Come on.
Right. Yeah, he puts on a good front. Makes the people feel like he cares about them. That's for sure. But yeah. I mean, that's good business.
Yeah. And maybe it has some use case down the road or whatever, and maybe the laws change and the injunction gets removed. Maybe it gets appealed in a different court. But we're talking about years before that can happen. But people won't, give up on it. They won't. I mean, some have, a lot have, and I think there's, a large portion of people that will stay away from it and a large portion of people that will get into it. But I think right now it might be a better bet to be on something that actually can have institutions in the U.S. invest into it. That's why I'm leaning towards RWAs. And think about it. XRP is backed by fiat, right? And we want to invest our money because fiat is losing value, right? But if the fiat's using value over time and you cash it out for more fiat, it could potentially go up, it could potentially go down. So you're getting more fiat for it, but the value of fiat is dropped. It's almost like nothing really happened to it, right? But if you're investing into RWAs, real world assets are going up in value while the dollars are going down in value. So wouldn't you rather want to be invested in a real world asset tokenized or a fiat currency tokenized?
Yeah, 100%. On that note, how do you feel about Ondo?
I think it's great. I think tokenization of real estate is going to be massive for sure. Could something else come along and replace it? Of course. I like Algo as well because it's a bit more diversified. But yeah, I think those two are good, solid to look at right now for sure. But
right. I have both of them. The thing with Ondo that bugs me, and like I said, I have a bag of it, is it's it's purely a governance token. So it's like, is that going to be value, down the road? Like they can tokenize as many bonds and securities as they want. They never ever once have to use the token to do that.
Right.
So it's just for the governance aspect now, and then like staking and stuff there in the future. And then I read something that said there's some clause or something that says that the governance or the coin holders can vote to like profit share, but I mean, would that ever happen? Who knows? But that's my one drawback is there's really no use case for the token itself.
Right. You know what? And that is why I think NFTs are a sleeping giant. Because if you can NFT a deed to real estate, and you can own not just a portion of, like, someone holds the deed, right? And then you can own a portion tokenized of the NFT. You own a portion of the NFT. You don't really own the deed, you own the NFT. If they create a platform where the deed is actually the NFT is what is, so you're actually owning a portion of the deed, that'll be huge. That'll be massive. Yeah. And I think more or less that would probably fall on the Polygon network.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting next, 5 to 10 years, seeing, which of these companies become the winners. And we all know there's going to be, there'll be plenty of winners, but just to see how it changes and who gets what, and how much of it they get.
Everyone
and how right
thinks
any of our speculation and guesses were.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's happening right now. It's all going to happen this year. Sorry, ain't happening. We got another 5-10 years minimum.
Right.
And
I'm with you there.
So
I don't even think the ISO. I mean,
buy what's trending.
For that.
Buy what's trending. Buy what's all you can hear about. All that's being talked about. That's what it's going to be. The idea is to pick them before everyone starts talking about it. And that's I've been known to do that. I picked Shiba before everyone was talking about it. Picked XRP before everyone was talking about it. And I think the next one is going to be RWAs. And the question is which one?
I started looking at SXT today because you were talking about it, space and time, and it just brought up you were talking about military stuff with them, and I do have some DAG. Do you see the same sort of partnerships and stuff with Constellation DAG, or are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I am. DAG is similar. However, DAG is not off-chain data verification. It's on-chain. So that's the difference. And that's why I'm so bullish on on SXT, because it's off-chain. So it can't be hacked. It can't be manipulated. Nothing. It's the most secure thing. So the fact that you can verify data without it being on the blockchain, that's massive, because that's what they're speculating, is that quantum computers can hack the blockchain, can hack Bitcoin, hack all these different things. But if it's not on the blockchain and it's not accessible, that fixes the problem.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot into the quantum computer. I know they say it's years away from being able to, hack Bitcoin, but I guess they're already starting to build some security measures to help prevent that in the future too. I mean, if Bitcoin got hacked, you could probably say goodbye to the crypto market.
Yeah, unless they have a technology that fixes it. And I think that's what we could potentially be looking. Obviously, it's a bit speculative. It's so new, But if that's what it is that fixes it, because that's what everybody's talking about is the quantum computing problem and everything. And, you're saying years off before it can do that. Well, we're years off from adopting crypto. Yeah, we'll see banks start doing this and that, and real estate seeing that crypto is an actual asset and things like that. That doesn't mean that they're using it all. And that's another thing is July is the ISO thing. People believe that when that happens, crypto gets adopted. And that's just not the case. ISO has nothing to do with crypto whatsoever. There are coins that are ISO compliant, but when ISO switch gets flipped, yeah, obviously the market's going to pump because people believe in the moon cheese and they believe something they saw on TikTok. But the reality of it is that ISO is just the way that bank computers communicate with each other. That's it.
Right. I read an article yesterday, and maybe I misread it, but it said something like 40% of banks are already communicating on the ISO standard. It's just the November thing is everybody has to be on it.
Right. So the original date was March, right? And then a lot of banks didn't get on it in time and fell behind or whatever. So then they pushed it to July. Okay. But the actual date is November 22nd. And that they're using that narrative to string along this bull run to keep everything up. It's that hopium. It's that the switch is going to get flipped. Oh, wait, no, we pushed it off. Okay, the switch is going to get flipped. Oh, no, well, it's actually in November. Oh, the switch is going to get flipped. Well, it did, but it has nothing to do with crypto. Sorry. You know what I mean? And then end of the bull run.
Right.
And thanks for the exit liquidity. Appreciate it,
Right. I saw too that the we got the Genius Act at the House now, but I saw that the House is also trying to not only pass the Genius Act, but they also want to pass the Clarity Act at the same time and send that back to the Senate. So if they get both of them done, I mean that like you said, it could just be the pump and dump scenario for hopium, but it'd be nice to get at least some clarity on everything versus just stable coins as well.
I think that the Stablecoin Act and the Clarity Act is the death of crypto as we know it and DeFi, and is the beginning of CBDCs. And the fact that the CBDC executive orders in place, no one will suspect it, but it's not a law. It's an executive order that only lasts for like about a year, and it has to be renewed over and over and over. Probably won't get renewed. Maybe one time it gets renewed, but probably not. And that's a way to keep the people from questioning the Stablecoin Act or Stablecoin Bill. And people are like, oh, this is going to be bullish. We're going to get this legislation enacted, and they'll be cheering on the demise of crypto, of everything that it was intended to be. That's how you control the people, and that's how you get what you want. Is you manipulate the people to cheer for the opposite of what they want, because most people don't understand it, and the people that do really don't care because it's pumping their bags now, and they figure I'll get rich now, and then it won't matter.
Yep. And then the Genius Act, I know the House wants to add an amendment where they give the Fed the power over the stable coins,
Exactly.
if I'm not mistaken, right? Or at least some power.
And that's even worse.
Right.
Look at what the Fed's doing now. The Fed owns this country. Could you imagine? Oh, and I'll tell you what right now, if that's what the House does, which probably will happen, as soon as it hits Trump's desk, veto. And then everyone will be like, oh, okay, well, they're going to do a new one. And then all the hopium starts all over again.
We get drug out another, well, his term is what, 3.5 more years, another year, another 2 years.
Yeah, it'll just keep happening and happening, and I think that's the point. That's the point, is to get people buying in at the top as long as possible, because they're milking it out of it. That's why XRP is running sideways instead of going up. People just keep putting a little bit in, keep putting a little bit in.
Right.
And they're just draining everyone. And people have to believe in XRP. They have to believe in all these things because it's their only shot. It's their only option. And they're not in here trading it like, the big dogs are like me, They're not trading it. They got $100 in there and they're just holding on to it, or 1,000 or whatever. And they just keep buying. I'm just going to keep buying and holding, buying and holding, buying and holding. I've been there. I've been that person in the bull run. And I've learned from my mistakes. And that's what I'm trying to do, is teach people, because that's it. It's happened before, and it happens over and over, and it ain't happened. The switch isn't right now. This is a global economic financial system. It's not something that can be rushed overnight. It takes time and years to build. Think of all the thousands of years it took to build the financial system we have today.
That's very true. I mean, they do, expect or project that the market cap is supposed to go up, 3 or 4x over the next 3 to 5 years. I mean, that's positive for bags, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not going to see anything, but it may not be as great as we all hoped for. Or it may be great and it's perfect, and who knows. But I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, that's why, I said I definitely hold XRP. It's one of my larger holding. It's not my largest. And I have, 10 or so coins that I also hold on to besides that. But, it's important to diversify, so hopefully you can get lucky with one or two of your,
you got to be
your
careful
selections.
there. Everyone's situation is different. So diversification is not for somebody that only has $100 in. Everyone is different.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And this is one thing I have to, because I coach people, right? And they're like, "Oh, I'm well diversified. I'm good." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, like what are you holding?" And they're like, "Oh, I got all the 50, 75 something projects." I'm like, "Cool. How much you got invested?" $150. $500, $1,000. I'm like, "No, bro, you're doing it wrong." And think of, just to get them back into a place where they can actually make money, they have to take a loss. And then that's the hardest part with the coaching, is when I tell people, I'm like, "Hey, you got to take a loss. We have to restructure everything that you're doing." People don't want to do that. And a lot of times they just don't do anything, and they don't get the success stories. But I'll tell you what, the people that listen to me restructure, reestablish a new strategy, they're doing well. They are just killing it. Okay. And they're getting back to where they were when we were at the top of the cycle in a bear market. So it can be done. And if you're struggling, and anybody in the chat that's struggling, I recommend become a deluxe subscriber. I'm telling you, no other creator is going to offer one-on-one coaching for you for $9.99 a month. No one. They'll offer subscriptions and this and that or whatever, but I'm actually going to message you and talk to you and come up with that strategy for you. I can coach you with FOMO, all those different things, and we can focus on any project that you're looking at. It doesn't necessarily have to be just XRP, so just something to keep in mind.
Right. No, I've definitely. I mean, I don't do it very often. I've cut my losses on a couple of coins to move them into to different plays or something along those lines. But it's like to your point about listening to influencers and stuff like that. Sometimes one of the biggest things you'll hear that I think deters people from doing that is you only lose when you sell. So
That's wrong.
and then people get afraid. Yeah,
You only lose when you're doing it wrong. There's so much money to be made here, but nobody's doing it right. I did it wrong so many times. I learned my lesson, and that's you. Don't make the same mistakes I made and be behind. You have an opportunity to get ahead of the game. That's what I'm offering. I'm offering you the opportunity to be in a better position. Yeah, and all I want to do is help people. That's all I care about. I don't make any money. I made $10.67 here, and I pay thousands of dollars a month just to keep this operation running. Thousands. And I do it because I care.
Appreciate it.
I care about people. And I care about the people that work for me. Like I don't know how much longer I can keep doing it with the market going down, but I can't bring myself to lay people off. So I'm like I really need something to pump so I can take out some profits here, because that's what's financing all of this. It's what's financing all of it. I'm living very, very frugal right now so that I can do this for you guys.
Well, I say we definitely appreciate it, and I've been watching you for a while back when you had the old setup where you were just doing the chart, a few months ago.
I
And so I
appreciate
appreciate it. You seem very genuine, and I like your approach. Even not to get on White Rock because I'm not really on either side of that, but just how you approached it in, well, I'm not going to just take your word, your this and that. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to deep dive, and I'm going to go try to find out my own real true opinion based off what I can find before I say this or that about the project. So,
And I don't even really
like
have an
that approach.
opinion. The opinion is yours. I give a bit of my opinions on here, right? But I'm very open and vocal, like, hey, this is my opinion. This is my speculation. This is what I think. It is not factually based, but here are the facts. And that's the whole point, is to give you the facts. And that's why I have Jessie, because I do get opinionated, and she's there to make sure that it gets grounded and things get fact checked, and that we actually focus on the facts, because that's the whole point. Because any person can be an influencer and get up here and say whatever they think, or whatever they think the facts are, or whatever, and having someone to be accountable to is what makes this show what it is. That's why I say, and I know I'm being bold here, but if you really think about it, we are the Joe Rogan show of crypto on TikTok. That's what we are. We're here to deep dive into things, talk about things, and when questions arise that we don't have the answers to, we have somebody to fill in and fact check those things and make sure that we stay on track.
Right. No, that's awesome.
Hey man, I appreciate you
So
coming
that's
on. Yeah, I think we're gonna end the live here. I can hear the staff in the background all yelling and giggling and having a good time, unless that's on your end. But
No.
yeah, I hear them. So I'm gonna end the show now. Appreciate having you on, man.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Oz. Take care.
No problem. All right, everyone. Thank you all for your overwhelming love and support for the show. It's great to hear from just viewers. People have been here since the Nintendo Switch days. Obviously, it's not a Nintendo Switch, but it all started with this thing. It all started with this, and we've come so far. And I do it for you guys. I have nothing that I'm really benefiting from this. I'm losing time with my family and so many things I've sacrificed to have this show. I love doing it. That's part of it. But it breaks my heart when I see people hurting and being broken and being taken advantage of. And I can't just sit by with all this information that I have and do nothing. Thank you, Fredrum. I appreciate that. But I feel like, especially now more than ever that we've created all of this, I feel like I have an obligation to you as the viewer. And I ain't going nowhere. I'll tell you what, I almost gave up a few times. It was difficult, especially in the beginning when everyone was like, before we were going down so hard, no one listened. Nobody wanted to hear that we could potentially be moving down. It wasn't until we hit under $2 several times before people started to think, oh, maybe there is a bear market we're in right now. No one wanted to believe it. Well, here we are now. It's easier for people to watch the show now because they're like, should I be scared or not? Because we are in World War III. We are in Civil War. We are in a bear market. I just try to tell you what it is before it happens so that you can be prepared. That's what it's about. It does you no good for me to tell you what's happening right now. What does good is tell you what's happening right now, what it will potentially be the outcome because of it. And I have a gift of seeing that. Call it intuition, call it whatever you want, but I have a gift, and it's just logic, man. It's really not that hard. It's just very logical, critical thinking. And I'm hoping to teach you all to be critical thinkers as well. Thank you all, everyone. Thank you for all the gifts. There's so many, can't even list them all. If you want to help support the show, send me a message if you'd like to give a donation, and I will give you the information for the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. And that is the best way to give to the show. Everything that you give to that goes directly to the staff. Okay. That helps to pay for everything that we do here, keep the lights on, all the bills. So if you feel compelled and you want to give a donation, that's the best way to support the show. When you send the gifts, you get a nice little dopamine hit on TikTok, but you got to remember you're sending pennies. It's like begging for change on the corner. If you really want to make a donation, the best way to give is to send one directly here. So if anyone is interested in doing that, I'm not allowed to put it on TikTok. They don't want that because they get I only get 40% of the revenue that comes in on TikTok. TikTok takes 60% of it. So if you really want to support the show, that's the best way to help. We are PBS. We are supported by viewers like you. And we have to become profitable at some point. I'll tell you what right now, if we don't become profitable by the end of the bull run, this will fall. Because the bull run is what is financing this operation. We have to build this, and so we have to work together as a community. And if you can't give financially, all you got to do is hit the like button. All you got to do is spam the chat with emojis. All you have to do is share it with your friends, not just in the live, digitally, but tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers, get them involved, get them woken up, help them understand what we're doing here. So thank you all for your support. And I ain't going nowhere. At least till the end of the bull run. But I set the show up the way I did, where we do the news, because if crypto becomes not the hot topic like it is right now, there's something to fall back on. We'll continue doing what we're doing, fact checking everything, and we'll keep growing. and we'll keep stacking our bags until the next bull run. And by that time, we'll be all so wealthy. It'll be incredible. And I can't wait for all the success stories. I'm thinking by the end of the next bull run, I want to book an entire cruise ship for all the people on the show who are like subscribers and have made a lot of money. Like, we're going to do like a cruise together. How incredible would that be? And like, I'll talk, we'll do the show live on the cruise, and I'll talk on stage, and you guys will be in the audience. It'll be in real life out on a boat in the water, like going to Hawaii or something like that. That's the vision. That's the goal that I see. I think by the next bull run, if you guys are applying what I'm teaching you, and you guys are continuing helping me to build this show, that's the future I see, not only for me in this show, but for you as well. I want to become so big that you don't even have to pay to go on that cruise. It'll be like subscribers get that as a perk. That's what I want. And I think that that's a foreseeable goal. I always set the bar really high. And let me tell you what, I always achieve my goals. Take care, everyone.